Chapter 735. Outside the imperial city, Nie Rong and Nie Yuan flew in the sky. At the beginning, for the sake of taking care of Duan Lingtian, they'd intentionally slowed down their speed. But as they slowly sped up, they couldn't help but be shocked when they noticed that Duan Lingtian had been following by their side at a neither fast nor slow pace since the beginning. Father's cultivation is at the 4th level of the void prying stage, whereas my cultivation is at the 3rd level of the void prying stage. I'm flying at full speed now, yet little Tian is actually able to follow me at a neither fast nor slow pace. Moreover, he looks to have a composed expression like father. Nie Yuan couldn't help but gasp. Doesn't that mean that little Tian's current cultivation is already at the 4th level of the void prying stage or above? Nie Yuan was shocked, and so was Nie Rong. He'd lived for more than half of his life before possessing his current cultivation. But this little fellow by his side seemed to only be 30 years old in another 2 or 3 years, right? What natural talent is this? Even if such natural talent was placed in the strongest sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Azure Forest Trisect, he'd probably be a top existence, right? Little Tian, I heard you joined a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom as well? Nie Rong asked abruptly. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Which sect did you join? Nie Rong asked curiously. Duan Lingtian hadn't had the time to speak when Nie Yuan, who flew in the sky on the other side of Nie Rong, had already spoken, and he looked at Duan Lingtian as he said slowly, Little Tian, with your natural talent, there's probably no one in the 7-star sword sector and that's capable of comparing to you in terms of natural talent, right? The sect Duan Lingtian joined was one that Nie Yuan had vaguely heard Duan Lingtian mention inadvertently when Duan Lingtian returned the last time, so he'd always remembered it in his heart. Of course, he didn't know much about the sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and he didn't know that the 7-star sword sect was the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the past. But, even if he didn't know, it didn't mean that Nie Rong didn't know. Nie Rong's pupils constricted when he heard Nie Yuan, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with slight astonishment. Little Tian, the sect you joined all those years ago was the 7-star sword sect? Yes. When he saw Nie Rong's current expression, Duan Lingtian knew that Nie Rong probably knew some things about the 7-star sword sect. It turned out that Duan Lingtian's guess was right. Nie Rong took a deep breath and said slowly, according to my knowledge, the 7-star sword sect was annihilated by the joint forces of the other 3 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom 5 years ago, right? The Mountain Split sect seemed to have been annihilated as well. Before Duan Lingtian could respond, Nie Yuan, who was standing at the side, was already stunned. He was in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, so he'd never heard of this matter that gave rise to much discussion in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, so he didn't know. The 7-star sword sect was annihilated 5 years ago. Meanwhile, Nie Yuan couldn't help but recall that the time Duan Lingtian left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom seemed to have been 5 years ago as well. In other words, Duan Lingtian only returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom after the 7-star sword sect was annihilated. He actually knew nothing about this. Little Tian. For a moment, Nie Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian and couldn't help but ask. Is what my father said true? The 7-star sword sect was annihilated 5 years ago. And you only returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom after the 7-star sword sect was annihilated? Yes. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed as he nodded, as this wasn't a secret to him. Little Tian, you can be considered to be extremely lucky to be able to survive after the 7-star sword sect was annihilated. Are you in the Azure Forest Trisect now? Nie Rong asked. As far as he was concerned, even though Duan Lingtian's natural talent wasn't bad, it was impossible for him to survive the encirclement and annihilation of the 7-star sword sect by the Azure Forest Trisect. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to survive was probably because he'd betrayed the 7-star sword sect and joined the Azure Forest Trisect. Azure Forest Trisect? Duan Lingtian laughed in his heart. If this senior marquis knew that the Azure Forest Trisect had already been annihilated at his hands, I wonder what expression he would have. What? You're not an Azure Forest Trisect disciple now? When he saw Duan Lingtian's indifferent expression, Nie Rong couldn't help but ask a step further. I'm not. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he said, I'm still a 7-star sword sect disciple. I knew it, little Tian is a good child that knows how to repay kindness, and it's impossible for him to betray his sect and join the Azure Forest Trisect that annihilated his sect. Originally, Nie Yuan's feelings were slightly complicated when he heard Nie Rong's question to Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian had really betrayed the sect that fostered him and joined the enemy sect, then even though he wouldn't say anything on the surface, he would surely have some objections towards Duan Lingtian in his heart. After all, it was a sect that Duan Lingtian owed a favor. Now, when he heard that Duan Lingtian didn't betray his sect, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Little Tian, according to my knowledge, the Azure Forest Trisect has always been searching for 7-star sword sect disciples throughout the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in these past few years, and they would annihilate any 7-star sword sect disciple they find. Nie Rong had a worried expression as he said, Is the place you're at safe now? Grandpa Nie, don't worry, I'm extremely safe now. Duan Lingtian was extremely moved by Nie Rong's concern. That's good. Nie Rong nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. Little Tian, I didn't know earlier that the 7-star sword sect you're from had already. Then wasn't it extremely dangerous when you participated in the genius competition held by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Nie Yuan asked. 1 year ago, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family had wantonly rewarded the Crimson Sky Kingdom and allowed the Crimson Sky Kingdom to be exempt from taxes for 10 years. All of this was due to Duan Lingtian's contribution. Because Duan Lingtian had passed through the selection of the genius competition held by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and successfully advanced to obtain the qualifications to participate in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire. What? Little Tian, you even participated in the genius competition all those years ago? Nie Rong's eyes stared wide open when he heard this, and he had a shocked expression. Father, it was me and His Majesty that asked little Tian to represent the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Nie Yuan spoke in a slightly weak voice. Nonsense. Nie Rong berated. What would you do if something happened to little Tian? Truly nonsense. Fortunately, little Tian is fine, otherwise, how could you face him, face Ru Feng? Nie Yuan was scolded to the point he was unable to speak. Grandpa Nie, don't blame Uncle Nie. I was afraid Uncle Nie would be worried about me when the 7-star sword sect was annihilated that day, so I didn't tell him. Duan Lingtian helped Nie Yuan get out of the predicament. The three of them continued flying forward for a while, and Nie Yuan couldn't refrain himself from asking. Little Tian, when you went to the Darkstone Empire later on and competed with the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, what was the cultivation of the strongest young genius that appeared when the Young Genius competition began? Nie Yuan was extremely curious about this. An imperial kingdom was above a kingdom, and it was sufficient for him to look up to it. Whereas an empire was even above an imperial kingdom, and it was an existence that was difficult for him to touch even if he looked up to it. The strongest young genius? Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment when he heard Nie Yuan, and then recalled. At that time, an existence at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage appeared in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire. He was the strongest existence amongst the 10 people that advanced in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire. As for later on, there was another existence at the 1st level of the Void Initiation stage. 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage. 1st level of the Void Initiation stage. When they heard Duan Lingtian, not only Nie Yuan, even Nie Rong couldn't help but gasp, and they exclaimed with admiration. As expected of the young geniuses of the Empire, he's not even 38 yet has already broken through to the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage. Such natural talent is shocking. Perhaps, in another 10 years, when little Tian is 38, he'll be able to possess such accomplishments as well. Nie Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian, and he was filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. As for whether Duan Lingtian advanced in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire, he didn't ask, because as far as he was concerned, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to advance. The young genius competition of the Darkstone Empire was something that had already occurred over a year ago. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was only at the 4th level of the void prying stage now, and he was probably only at the 2nd or 3rd level of the void prying stage 1 year ago. It was utterly impossible for such a cultivation to advance in the young genius competition of the Darkstone Empire. It was precisely because he thought like this that he didn't ask, as he was deeply afraid of discouraging Duan Lingtian. Since Nia Yuan didn't ask, it was naturally impossible for Duan Lingtian to take the initiative to speak. The group of 3 continued to flash forward. 3 days later, the 3 of them left the Crimson Sky Kingdom and entered the territory of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Actually, with Duan Lingtian's current strength, it utterly wouldn't take such a long time to travel from the Crimson Sky Kingdom to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and the reason it took such a long time was because he was taking care of Nia Yuan. His speed was maintained at the same level as Nia Yuan, the speed of a 3rd level void prying stage martial artist. As he followed Nia Rong and Nia Yuan to fly in the sky above the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Duan Lingtian noticed a problem. This direction was actually the direction that belonged to the demonic Lotus Blade sect, the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Looks like the second-rate sect that Nia Yuan's mother was from was in that direction as well. On the way, Duan Lingtian intended to find out about the second-rate sect, whereas Nia Rong and Nia Yuan spoke about it one by one without the slightest impatience. The sect my wife is from is called the Flying Rainbow sect, and it only accepts female disciples. So, from the sect leader, the various higher-ups, to the lowest outer court disciple in the Flying Rainbow sect, all of them are female disciples. Nia Rong spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian nodded, and at the same time, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked in his heart. A sect that was completely formed from female disciples was actually able to become a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and it was truly shocking. After all, on Cloud Continent, the natural talent of female martial artists was inferior to male martial artists since they were born, and this was an iron law. So, the true experts on Cloud Continent were generally men. Of course, it didn't mean that the natural talent of all female martial artists was inferior to male martial artists, and it was only in a general sense. There were also many female martial artists whose natural talent far surpassed males. Not to mention anything else, just his fiancée, Ker, had revealed shocking natural talent since a young age, and she'd even joined a great power in the foreign lands many years ago. Presumably, her strength was even stronger now. Chapter 736. Even though he was a 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist now, and he'd even taken first place in the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition and obtained the honor of first place. But he knew extremely clearly in his heart that the young geniuses of the Darkhan Dynasty and the young geniuses of the foreign lands were 2 completely different concepts. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes. Not to mention the shocking accomplishments he obtained before the age of 40 in his 2nd lifetime. Even if it's other martial artists, there are many that have stepped into the void transformation stage before the age of 40. Void transformation stage before the age of 40. What sort of concept was that? Duan Lingtian didn't dare continue imagining it. Not to mention others, just the people I know. Even though Xuanai's appearance is maintained at 15 or 16 years old, her true age is only a little over 20. Void transformation stage. Perhaps she'll be able to smoothly step into it before the age of 30. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian seemed as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him, and he felt that the accomplishments he'd obtained in the past were utterly not worth mentioning before Xuanai. Xuanai, you're really a blow to me. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, and he couldn't help but recall that mysterious young woman. When he thought of the young woman, he naturally couldn't help but recall those 3 little fellows. Little black, little white, little gold. I wonder how they're doing now, and if they've entered that extremely dangerous place Qing Nu spoke of. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian pulled back his thoughts that had drifted away, and his mood gradually calmed down as well. Right, the spatial ring father left behind for me. All along the way, the bored Duan Lingtian withdrew the spatial ring Nia Yuan gave him a few days ago, the spatial ring his father, Duan Rufeng, left for him. Hiss. A drop of fresh blood dripped down, and after the spatial ring established ownership with his blood, it gave Duan Lingtian a feeling of being connected by blood. After the spatial ring established ownership, Duan Lingtian impatiently looked towards the space within it. It was a huge space, but it was empty. There was a jade slip, 3 stacked together similar to the talisman paper used by the Daoist priests in his previous life, and a thick ancient book that was tightly folded together with a faint light flashing around it. The entire book was dark green in color, and there was nothing special on the cover. However, Duan Lingtian felt that the faint light on the cover was very unusual. Is that a sound transmission jade slip? In the end, Duan Lingtian discovered that of the things his father had left behind, the only thing he recognized was the sound transmission jade slip. It seems that father left me a message before he left. I wonder what he said. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian took out the voice transmission jade slip and infused his essence force into it. In an instant, a familiar voice was clearly transmitted into Duan Lingtian's ears. This voice belonged to Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Rufeng. Tian, when you heard this message, father had already brought your mother, Jianghu, and the 2 future daughters-in-law away from the Darkhan dynasty. When he heard this, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth could not help but twitch. 2 future daughters-in-law. Is he talking about Xiaolan and Baiyao? Is he still my father? He wished he could stay as far away from those 2 girls as possible, but his father was actually causing trouble at the side. How was he going to face those 2 girls in the future? Wait a minute, left the Darkhan dynasty? Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp, and his heart trembled from the shock. Aren't they going out to relax? Why are they leaving the Darkhan dynasty? After the shock, Duan Lingtian temporarily calmed down, and he thought about the scenes after his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng, returned. Firstly, his father only returned after 23 years. Secondly, it was his father's experience during those 23 years, and it was only vaguely mentioned with a single sentence. He still clearly remembered what his father had said to him back then. All those years ago, I went to the swamp of death to search for the serene Sirius for you and your mother, and an unforeseen event occurred during that time. Because of some reason, it caused me to be unable to control myself during these 23 years, and I was unable to return to look for you and your mother. If it wasn't for the sake of being able to return to look for you and your mother, I would have chosen to die together with that person since long ago. There was utterly no need for me to be ordered around by him for so many years and struggle at death's door until today. That person has his retribution and has been completely annihilated. Otherwise, father might not have been able to return to look for you and your mother. These were the words his father said when he returned. At that time, Duan Lingtian thought his father was imprisoned and enslaved by someone, and that person's strength was extremely formidable, causing his father to be unable to find a chance to escape to look for him and his mother. But now that he thought about it, there were many loopholes in it. Since that person was so formidable, how could he be annihilated so easily? Besides that, father said that his origin energy didn't exist any longer. Because of what he said, I subconsciously believed that his cultivation had been crippled. When my spiritual force probed his body and didn't notice any traces of origin energy, I was even more certain that his cultivation had been crippled. Duan Lingtian frowned when he thought up to here. If father really lost his cultivation, then how did he bring mother, Jianghu, Xiaolan, and Baiyao away from the Darkhan dynasty? Even if there was something that could be used as a means of transportation, there were numerous experts in the world outside the Darkhan dynasty, so how could the Crimson Sky Kingdom compare to it? For a time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly worried. He was worried about the safety of his father and mother. He was worried about the safety of Jianghu, Xiaolan, and Baiyao. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was completely unable to wrap his head around it. Gradually, he stopped thinking about it and fused his origin energy further into the voice transmission fragment in his hand as he continued to listen to his father's words. Are you very puzzled now as to why I brought your mother and the others away from the Darkhan dynasty? Are you worried about our safety? If so, you can be at ease, we're very safe now. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard up to here. He really felt that at this moment, his father was like a worm in his stomach. However, he heard the confidence in his father's tone. Duan Lingtian continued listening. I know you have many questions in your heart, but it's not convenient for me to tell you now. Besides that, we won't be returning to the Crimson Sky Kingdom in the short term. Perhaps, when we meet in the future, it'll be in the outside world and not the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Xiaolan and Bai Yao's natural talent isn't bad, and they'll surely become great talents with some training. As for Jingru, her natural talent isn't bad as well. Coupled with your mother being used to having her by her side, I brought her along. At this moment, I'm sure you've already seen the two things I left for you. Firstly, the 3 talismans that are stacked together might be able to save your life 3 times in the future. The way to activate it is to throw the talisman at your opponent, then lock your gaze on your opponent and shout, "Activate." Talisman? Duan Lingtian frowned. To be honest, he was not unfamiliar with talismans at all. Of course, it was not because he had the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. In the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, there were no records of talismans at all. The reason he was familiar with talismans was because talismans were not rare on Earth where he lived in his previous life. Especially in the ancient Eastern Kingdom where he lived, talismans were extremely rare. I felt that the 3 talismans were slightly strange earlier, and there were talismans on them that were extremely similar to the talismans from my previous life. I didn't expect that they were really talismans. Moreover, Father said that the 3 talismans could save my life 3 times. Could it be that there's some sort of secret within those 3 talismans? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with bewilderment, and he wished for nothing more than to take out a talisman right now, shout, "Activate," and test it out. But his reason stopped him. Subconsciously, he felt that the 3 talismans shouldn't be wasted like this, and they should be used where they were needed. Why would Father have these talismans? This was something that Duan Lingtian was unable to wrap his head around. Wasn't his father a person without any cultivation? Where did these strange talismans come from? After all, even if he searched through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu of his 2 lifetimes, he didn't find any records related to talismans. In other words, on Cloud Continent, the reincarnation Emperor Wu had never heard of talismans, let alone seen one. This could be seen from this how rare talismans were. Father, where did you get these weird things? As he looked at the 3 talismans within the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No matter how he looked at it, these 3 talismans seemed like the things that the swindling Daoists in the ancient Eastern kingdoms of his previous life used to swindle people. But Father probably wouldn't lie to me. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian caught his breath and continued to listen to the voice that came from the voice transmission jade slip. Besides the 3 talismans, I've left you an exquisite jade box. Once you have the ability to open it in the future, you'll know where your mother and I are. Alright, I've said enough. That's all. You don't have to worry about us, we're fine. Besides that, I still haven't seen my other 2 daughters-in-law. You stinking kid, bring them to see me earlier. The voice stopped abruptly when it reached here. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Based on his father's tone, it was extremely carefree. This is the exquisite jade box? I thought it was an ancient book. Duan Lingtian's gaze slowly descended onto the thing that looked like a book within the spatial ring. With a thought, Duan Lingtian took it out from the spatial ring. So cold. The exquisite jade box was icy cold to the touch, and the icy cold feeling spread throughout Duan Lingtian's entire body in the blink of an eye, causing him to be unable to help but shiver. After carefully observing for a while, Duan Lingtian was able to see that there was a tiny gap in the middle of the exquisite jade box, and it was precisely the gap that appeared when the jade box was closed. Father left a message in the sound transmission jade slip, saying that once I have the ability to open this jade box, what will happen? Just this jade box, I can casually. Duan Lingtian's muttering stopped here. Because at the same time that he was muttering to himself, he'd already wrapped his hand with origin energy and tried to open the jade box. Chapter 737. How could this be possible? Duan Lingtian was shocked to the point his eyes stared wide open, and at the same time, the origin energy in his hand swiftly rose to the limit in the blink of an eye. But even then, the exquisite jade box still didn't move and was utterly unable to be opened. Along with the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's hand roiling with strands of azure-colored energy, violet-colored energy, and earthen yellow-colored energy. He tried to open the jade box, yet there was still no movement from the jade box. Duan Lingtian's heart shook as the origin energy in his hand dispersed, and the 8th level wind concept, 3rd level lightning concept, and 1st level earth concept dispersed along with this, and his face was filled with shock. When had he seen such a strange jade box? No wonder father left such a message in the voice transmission jade slip. So it turns out that he was certain that I was unable to open this exquisite jade box. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had completely come to an understanding. Earlier, when he heard his father say that, he was still unconvinced and felt that opening a tiny jade box was as easy as flipping his hand. But now it would seem that even if he exerted his full strength and even utilized the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, he might not be able to open this jade box. I'll find a time to try using the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Duan Lingtian, who caught his breath, put the exquisite jade box away in his spatial ring with a raise of his hand. Little Tian, what's wrong? Right at this moment, Nia Rong and Nia Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian at the same time. They saw the energy of heaven and earth that had just accumulated above Duan Lingtian and hadn't condensed into form, and they realized that Duan Lingtian had been accumulating energy earlier. It's nothing. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head and casually found an excuse. I just gained some comprehension in cultivation. Nia Rong and Nia Yuan didn't doubt Duan Lingtian's words, and Nia Yuan even couldn't help but sigh. No wonder, little Tian, you're able to possess such a cultivation at such an age. In the path of cultivation in the martial Tao, you do indeed possess an exceptional natural talent that's difficult for ordinary people to reach. Nia Rong nodded to indicate his agreement. Uncle Nia, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. After 10+ days, Duan Lingtian and Nia Yuan stopped in midair, and it was only because Nia Rong had stopped first, whereas they stopped after Nia Rong. At this moment, Nia Rong's gaze descended onto an enormous mountain in the distance. That place is Flying Rainbow Mountain, and it's precisely the location of the Flying Rainbow sect. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but look up. The giant mountain in the distance was like a giant beast crouching there. The top of the mountain was surrounded by clouds and mist. Through the strong sunlight, it reflected a clear rainbow glow. The multicolored clouds were colorful, twisting and turning in the clouds. It looked like a twisted rainbow gathered together, giving people a kind of visual enjoyment. This is the so-called visual feast. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Even though the Flying Rainbow sect's Flying Rainbow Mountain was inferior to the 7-star Sword sect's 7 Great Sword Peaks and even the Demonic Lotus Blade sect's former Demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. But the Flying Rainbow sect was only a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom after all, and having an estate like this could already be considered to be not bad. This is the Flying Rainbow Mountain. When I was young, I heard my mother say that the peak of the Flying Rainbow Mountain is like the legendary paradise of immortals. After I understood, I thought that my mother said it casually. I never imagined that it's really like this. Nia Yuan exclaimed with admiration. Uncle Nia, you've never been to the Flying Rainbow sect? Duan Lingtian was stunned. As far as he was concerned, Nia Yuan was the son of the Flying Rainbow sect's leader no matter what. Even if some old fellows in the Flying Rainbow sect were against Nia Yuan's mother, it wouldn't be to the extent of prohibiting Nia Yuan from coming to the Flying Rainbow sect, right? For the sake of not allowing me to be disturbed by the members of the Flying Rainbow sect, Mother has never brought me to the Flying Rainbow sect, so the members of the Flying Rainbow sect don't know where I am. Nia Yuan said. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Not far north of the Flying Rainbow Mountain is one of the bases of the Azure Forest Trisect, the Demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Nia Rong said to Duan Lingtian, supposedly, the Flying Rainbow sect had a deep relationship with the former Demonic Lotus Blade sect. It was even to the extent that the reason the Flying Rainbow sect was able to occupy such a superb base like the Flying Rainbow Mountain was because of the protection of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Demonic Lotus Blade sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Actually, when Nie Rong pointed at the enormous mountain in the distance and said it was the Flying Rainbow sect's base, Flying Rainbow Mountain, he was already slightly surprised. He was surprised that the Flying Rainbow sect's base was so close to the former demonic Lotus Blade sect's base, the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. He was surprised that a mere second-rate sect like the Flying Rainbow sect actually possessed a base like the Flying Rainbow Mountain. Now, when he heard Nie Rong's explanation, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Demonic Lotus Blade sect, unknowingly, a wisp of disdain had already appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Of course, Nie Rong and Nie Yuan didn't notice it. Let's go over. Duan Lingtian called out to Nie Rong and Nie Yuan before taking the lead to soar up into the sky and flashing towards the Flying Rainbow Mountain. He didn't intentionally speed up so that Nie Rong and Nie Yuan could follow closely behind him. After a short moment, the three of them arrived outside the Flying Rainbow Mountain. After they approached it, Duan Lingtian was able to see that there were a few spiraling mountain paths on the Flying Rainbow Mountain, whereas, between every single mountain path was a vast platform that was halfway up the mountain. Most of these platforms had some buildings built on them, a small number of them were filled with flowers and plants, and there was even one that was extremely spacious, yet it was the most bustling on it. The latter was obviously the Flying Rainbow sect's martial practice grounds. Little Tian. When he saw Duan Lingtian's figure flashing and intending to fly out and forcefully charge into the Flying Rainbow sect before him, Nie Rong was anxious. Grandpa Nie? After Duan Lingtian was stopped by Nie Rong, he stopped moving and looked at Nie Rong with a bewildered expression. You haven't notified the helpers in your sect. We'll wait for you to call over the helpers in your sect before we enter the Flying Rainbow sect to seize the person. Nie Rong said. Besides that, remember to ask the helpers you call over not to expose their identities. Otherwise, those old fellows from the Flying Rainbow sect will surely expose this matter to the Azure Forest Trisect. Once it comes to that, the matter will become complicated. Whereas if you and your helpers don't expose your identities, then this matter will only be an internal affair of the Flying Rainbow sect, and it's impossible for those old fellows from the Flying Rainbow sect to seek help from the Azure Forest Trisect. Nie Rong finished speaking in a single breath and spoke of his concerns. Helpers? Nie Rong's words caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned, and then he shook his head. Grandpa Nie, I don't intend to look for helpers. What a joke. If he had to look for helpers to seize someone from a mere second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, then he might as well just bang his head against the wall and die. With his current strength, not to mention a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he wasn't afraid in the slightest even if it was the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. Don't intend to look for helpers? Nie Rong and Nie Yuan were dumbstruck when they heard Duan Lingtian. After a short moment, Nie Rong was the first to recover from his shock, and he hurriedly said, Little Tian, don't joke with Grandpa Nie at a time like this. Us forcefully trespassing into the Flying Rainbow sect like this is already violating the taboo of the Flying Rainbow sect. With just the three of us, I'm afraid not only will we be unable to rescue my wife, we'll fall deeply into it as well. He could take the risk, yet he didn't want his son and Duan Lingtian who wasn't related to this matter to take the risk. Joke? Duan Lingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, he couldn't be bothered to continue explaining, and he flew out to directly descend in the sky above the exceedingly spacious martial practice ground at the mountainside of the Flying Rainbow sect. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's appearance in the sky drew the attention of all the Flying Rainbow sect disciples in the martial practice grounds. These Flying Rainbow sect disciples were all female disciples, and there were both beautiful and ugly amongst them. But one thing could be confirmed, their natural talent in the martial Dao wasn't bad. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to be taken in by the Flying Rainbow sect. Who's that? It seems to be a man. He's getting closer and closer. Wow! So handsome. Slanted brows and starry eyes, heroic and extraordinary, elegant and graceful. Oh my God. He's simply the perfect lover of my dreams. You little slut, don't be coquettish. How could such an outstanding figure take a fancy to you? He looks to be around the age of 25, yet he's actually able to fly. This shows that he's an expert at the void-prying stage or above. Our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom has such an outstanding young genius. If you didn't mention it, I would have almost forgotten that he flew over. His natural talent is simply even more formidable than the most outstanding 5 great young masters in the younger generation of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. 5 great young masters? The most outstanding in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? All of you wouldn't have forgotten, right? All those years ago, a figure that was even more outstanding than the 5 great young masters appeared in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Not only that, during the genius competition 2 years ago, supposedly another outstanding young genius appeared, and he wasn't inferior to the 5 great young masters. Right. How could I have forgotten Duan Lingtian? There's also the mysterious young man, Su Li, that advanced in the genius competition 2 years ago. Even if it's Duan Lingtian and Su Li, they're probably far inferior to him, right? Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the martial practice grounds of the Flying Rainbow sect when he heard waves of discussions that seethed with discussion. As he looked at the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples whispering in each other's ears and some even cast flirtatious glances at him in secret, it caused him to be unable to help but be slightly embarrassed. As the saying goes, 3 women make a show. With so many women gathered together, he felt as if his eardrums were about to burst. Swoosh. Swoosh. Meanwhile, Nia Rong and Nia Yuan followed over and stood at Duan Lingtian's side. Isn't he the sect leader's husband? Suddenly, someone on the martial practice ground stared at Nia Rong and exclaimed in surprise. The sect leader's husband? That guest that stayed in the Flying Cloud Pavilion earlier? Didn't he leave our Flying Rainbow sect because of the pressure the Supreme Elders exerted on the sect leader? Why has he returned? The 2 people by his side wouldn't be the helpers that he invited, right? Many Flying Rainbow sect disciples whispered in discussion. I heard that besides asking the sect leader to abdicate, the Supreme Elders even asked the sect leader to enter the restricted area to cultivate and be completely isolated from the world. Looks like the sect leader's husband has brought helpers to seize the sect leader. Chapter 738. Little Tian. Nia Rong and Nia Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian at the same time, and the space between their brows had dense worry mixed within. Grandpa Nia, Uncle Nia, don't worry. Duan Lingtian gave both of them a reassuring gaze. But even then, Nia Rong and Nia Yuan still didn't have confidence in their hearts. No matter what, they were unable to wrap their heads around why Duan Lingtian would be so bold to actually dare trespass into the Flying Rainbow sect. It wasn't that they hadn't thought that perhaps Duan Lingtian's current strength was already sufficient to suppress those old fellows in the Flying Rainbow sect, and that was why he dared act in this way. But with a quick thought, this seemed to be slightly whimsical. How old was Duan Lingtian? No matter how great his natural talent was, could he who was far from 30 possess a cultivation at the 7th level of the void-prying stage or above? As far as they were concerned, this was extremely unrealistic. Amidst the perturbed feelings of Nia Rong and Nia Yuan, numerous swift howls of the wind suddenly sounded out from the distant sky. After a short moment, 3 figures finally appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. These were 3 old women that were over 70 years old. 1 wore green clothes, 1 wore blue clothes, and 1 wore yellow clothes. Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder. The group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds bowed to the 3 old women. The 3 old women were precisely the 3 Supreme Elders of the Flying Rainbow sect. According to rumor, the 3 of them were existences at the 7th level of the void-prying stage or above. Whoosh. 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 The 3 old women stood in the sky not far away from Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and their gazes locked onto Nia Rong at the first possible moment. Because they only knew Nia Rong amongst the 3 people before them. Looks like you really didn't take the words of us three old fellows seriously. I remember that I warned you before you left that if you dare take a step into our Flying Rainbow sect again, then I'll surely cripple your cultivation. The green-clothed old woman's gaze that was like a blade stared fixedly at Nie Rong as she spoke with a low voice. Nie Rong's face sank slightly, and he was angered to the point his body shivered. At this moment, he hated himself for being too weak. If he was stronger than this old man, he would have taught this old man a lesson long ago. Why would he need to suffer such humiliation? Old man, you're courting death. Nie Rong was willing to silently endure, but that didn't mean that Nie Yuan was willing. Hearing that someone wanted to cripple his father's cultivation, how could Nie Yuan continue to watch coldly from the sidelines? After shouting, his sharp gaze locked onto the old woman in cyan, and he was ready to attack at any moment. When the azure-clothed old woman heard Nie Yuan's voice, her face instantly sank. However, when her gaze landed on Nie Yuan's face, she couldn't help but be stunned. It was because the outline of Nie Yuan's face was too similar to Nie Rong's. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were father and son. Suddenly, the old woman laughed out of anger. I was wondering who it was. So it's that little bastard from back then. I truly never imagined that the little bastard from all those years ago would have already grown so big. Did you come to our Flying Rainbow sect with your father today with the intention of meeting your mother one last time? You're courting death. When Nie Yuan heard the cyan-clothed old woman's mocking words, he couldn't restrain himself any longer, and the essence energy on his body skyrocketed as he prepared to make a move. But he was instead stopped by Nie Rong. Third level of the void prying stage. Your natural talent isn't bad. But unfortunately, before the three of us, this little bit of cultivation of yours is insufficient. The old woman sneered as she looked at the 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Nie Yuan. Why waste your breath on them? Just directly cripple them. Amongst the other two old women that hadn't spoken since the beginning, the blue-clothed old woman spoke out indifferently. Her words were exceedingly cold and indifferent, and it didn't contain the slightest expression, and it was like a judge of life and death that was passing down judgment. Even though the last yellow-clothed old woman didn't speak, her actions of taking a stride forward while the essence energy on her body skyrocketed had undoubtedly indicated her current stand. At this moment, a lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouette had instantly appeared in the sky above the yellow-clothed old woman, and it coiled down as it descended. 7th level of the void prying stage. This yellow-clothed old woman was obviously a 7th level void prying stage martial artist. This is an ancient horned dragon silhouette? According to rumor, besides the sect leader of our Flying Rainbow sect, the other 3 supreme elders are existences at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above. Looks like all this is true. Of course it's true. I've even seen the sect leader make a move, and the sect leader is an 8th level void prying stage expert. But unfortunately, she's suffered a heavy injury now, and it affected her cultivation. Supposedly, after the sect leader was heavily injured, even though her meridians were repaired by healing medicinal pills, there was a large amount of clogged blood within her meridians that was difficult to remove, and this caused her origin energy to suffer an extremely great restriction. On the martial practice grounds, the crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples discussed animatedly. Of course, they knew some things in their hearts yet didn't speak it out. If it wasn't for the sect leader being injured, how could the 3 supreme elders dare be so presumptuous? This was the truest thought in their hearts. Most people glanced at Nie Rong and Nie Yuan with pity. They were clearly aware of the methods of the 3 supreme elders, and they knew that even if Nie Rong and Nie Yuan were lucky enough to survive today, they would lose a layer of skin. Unfortunately, this handsome and elegant young master is probably going to be harmed by them. On the martial practice grounds, many Flying Rainbow sect disciples looked at the violet-clothed young man that stood between Nie Rong and Nie Yuan, and their hearts were filled with pity. Even though not a single one of them had communicated with this violet-clothed young man, their first impression of the violet-clothed young man was extremely good, and they didn't wish for him to be harmed from the bottom of their hearts. But they knew as well that the matter before them wasn't something they could interfere in. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the yellow-clothed old woman stepped forward, the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman took a step forward at the same time as the origin energy on their bodies raged, and an ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared in the sky above each of them. Another 2 7th-level void-prying stage experts. The crowd of flying rainbow sect disciples couldn't help but gasp. Even though they'd heard many times in the past that the 3 supreme elders of their flying rainbow sect were existences at the 7th level of the void-prying stage, but that was only limited to rumors, and seeing it with their own 2 eyes was a completely different concept. 3 lifelike ancient horned dragons appeared above the 3 old women, and they coiled down as they descended, causing the crowd of flying rainbow sect disciples to feel extremely shocked. On the other hand, the faces of Nie Rong and Nie Yuan sank. Subsequently, they glanced at each other and seemed to have come to some sort of tacit understanding before taking a step forward at the same time to firmly protect Duan Ling Tian behind them. Little Tian, leave quickly. Right. Leave quickly, we'll stop them. Nie Rong and Nie Yuan's voice transmissions entered into Duan Lingtian's ears at the first possible moment, and they were filled with anxiousness. Warmth couldn't help but arise in Duan Lingtian's heart when he heard these 2 voice transmissions. He knew clearly in his heart. Nie Rong and Nie Yuan didn't know of his true strength now, so their current actions were purely because they didn't want him to suffer any harm from the bottom of their hearts. This matter isn't related to him. The dignified 3 supreme elders of the Flying Rainbow sect ought to not make a move against a young man, right? Nie Rong spoke with a low voice. Humph. The reply to Nie Rong was the azure-clothed old woman's cold grunt. I don't care who he is, but since he dared follow the 2 of you to the Flying Rainbow sect to cause trouble, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. Just like the 2 of you, he can live if his cultivation is crippled. Otherwise, die. The blue-clothed old woman's eyes flickered with a fierce light as she spoke with a low voice. Swoosh. The old woman's clothes fluttered as her eyes that flickered with cold lights instantly locked onto Duan Ling Tian. Nie Rong's expression instantly went grim when he heard this. Supreme elders of the Flying Rainbow sect. In my opinion, the 3 of you are the shame of the Flying Rainbow sect. Don't think I don't know why all of you are going against my mother. It's utterly not because of the union between her and my father, and it's instead because as far as all of you are concerned, she seized the position of sect master from that adopted daughter of yours. When facing such a dangerous situation, Nie Yuan completely shed all pretenses and laughed with ridicule. In my opinion, what qualifications does that woman that can't afford to lose have to compete with my mother? Swoosh. Nie Yuan's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It wasn't only Duan Ling Tian who couldn't help but be stunned, even the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds couldn't help but look at Nie Yuan. There seems to be some sort of inside story. Die. Right at this moment, the yellow-clothed old woman shouted coldly and directly made a move. Her target wasn't Duan Ling Tian that she'd locked onto earlier, and it was Nie Yuan who just finished speaking in a resounding voice. Obviously, she'd turned angry from embarrassment because of Nie Yuan's words, and she'd slightly lost her reason. The Flying Rainbow sect disciples present only saw a yellow-colored bolt of lightning flash through the sky, and it flashed directly towards the middle-aged man that seemed to be the son of the sect master. Swish. Right at this critical moment, an extremely swift sword light descended from high above, and it obstructed the yellow-colored bolt of lightning that flashed swiftly towards Nie Yuan. Immediately after, a white figure appeared in front of Nie Yuan. This was an old woman in plain white clothes, and her face was slightly pale. Obviously, she'd suffered an internal injury. Moreover, because she'd made a move earlier, it caused the hand that held the sword to tremble slightly. Mother. Nie Yuan looked at the familiar figure before him and couldn't help but call out lightly, and his gentle voice came from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. It was the first time he'd seen his Uncle Nie speak with such a gentle tone, and he was able to discern the respect and love Uncle Nie had towards the white-clothed old woman. Sect Master. At the same time, the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds bowed respectfully to the white-clothed old woman. Cough cough. Supreme Elders, after all of you kill them, do all of you want to kill me as well? After the white-clothed old woman, the sect master of the Flying Rainbow sect, Meng Ping, coughed twice, her countenance became even more ghastly pale as her hoarse voice sounded out, and it contained traces of rage mixed within. Sect master, you're joking. When faced with the white-clothed old woman's questioning, the azure-clothed old woman's expression was calm as she said indifferently, we only wanted to teach them a lesson, and we didn't really want to kill them. Yeah, sect master. You're injured, you should quickly return and rest. We'll help you deal with such a small matter. The blue-clothed old woman spoke out as well. Sect master, please leave. Chapter 739. What if I don't leave? Meng Ping sneered, and her pale and emaciated face was filled with a terrifying and fierce expression. Then we can only offend you. The yellow-clothed old woman took a step forward with a gaze that was like a bolt of lightning as she attacked Meng Ping once more, and her origin energy skyrocketed and swept out. Swish! Meng Ping struck out with her sword. Even though she'd blocked the old woman's attack once more, the origin energy on her body had been completely obliterated, causing her to repeatedly spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, and her body was on the verge of collapse. Mother! Nia Yuan hurriedly supported his mother, and his crimson-red eyes stared fixedly at the yellow-clothed old woman. My mother is still the sect leader of the Flying Rainbow sect now. You dare make a move against the sect leader? How should you be punished? But unfortunately, the yellow-clothed old woman utterly paid no attention to Nia Yuan, and she instead looked at Nia Rong, who'd hurried over to support Meng Ping. The three of us said it the last time. If you dare make an appearance in the Flying Rainbow sect again, then we'll surely cripple your cultivation. Now, will you cripple your own cultivation, or do you want me to do it for you? Even if it was before the sect leader, Meng Ping, the yellow-clothed old woman was fearless and spoke frankly about crippling the cultivation of Meng Ping's husband, Nia Rong. Nia Rong clenched his fists tightly as he gritted his teeth, and his aged face seemed as if it was instantly covered in a layer of frost as he stared fiercely at the yellow-clothed old woman. If you don't cripple your own cultivation after 3 breaths of time, then I'll be happy to do it for you. The yellow-clothed old woman spoke indifferently. Elder Huang, don't go too far. Meng Ping was angered to the point of spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, and she spoke with an extremely hoarse voice. Sect leader, don't interfere in this matter. The yellow-clothed old woman didn't look Meng Ping in the eye, and she stared fixedly at Nia Rong, who was by Meng Ping's side instead. There's another 2 breaths of time, there's another breath of time. Since you don't cripple your own cultivation, then I can only do it for you. After 3 breaths of time, the yellow-clothed old woman suddenly took a stride forward. Instantly, the airflow in the air flashed and gave rise to waves of awe-inspiring strong winds that blew to the point the clothes of the people that stood in the sky fluttered. The yellow-clothed old woman walked towards Nia Rong step by step, and every single step she took seemed to have transformed into an enormous hammer that fiercely smashed onto Nia's chest, and it caused him to become even paler. Stop. Stop. Meng Ping struggled in an attempt to stop the yellow-clothed old woman. Unfortunately, her injuries were too severe. She barely managed to stand in the air, but she was already on the verge of collapsing, let alone stopping the yellow-clothed old woman. Whoosh! Right at this moment, Nia Yuan made a move. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he shot out, and his target was the yellow-clothed old woman in full fury. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Facing Nia Yuan's attack, the yellow-clothed old woman revealed a disdainful expression. With a raise of her hand, she swept out her palm, which was like a palm leaf fan, towards Nia Yuan. If this palm landed, even if Nia Yuan didn't die, he would be crippled. Yuan, Meng Ping's expression changed drastically when she saw her son in trouble. She struggled and wanted to help, but she lost all her strength. Her body, which was already on the verge of collapse, couldn't hold on any longer and fell down with a loud bang. However, Meng Ping wasn't thinking about what would happen if she fell from such a height. Her eyes were fixed on Nia Yuan. That was the son she had given birth to after 10 months of pregnancy. All these years, she owed her son too much. If her son really died here today, she swore that the meaning of her life would be to avenge her son. She would not rest until she was dead. Yuan. Niarong never imagined that his son would take the initiative to attack the yellow-clothed old woman in order to save him. His expression changed drastically, and he flew out, wanting to help. Unfortunately, his speed was still too slow. Seeing his son about to be enveloped by the yellow-clothed old woman's palm that was like a palm leaf fan, Niarong closed his eyes in despair, and 2 drops of tears fell. Yuan. Bang. Ah. However, in the next moment, a loud bang accompanied by a shrill scream sounded out, and it made Niarong, who had his eyes closed, stunned. He could tell that this wasn't his son Nia Yuan's voice. When he opened his eyes, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his entire life. He saw that a purple figure had appeared before his son since an unknown time. Mother. After Nia Yuan escaped from danger, he didn't have time to think and pounced down from the sky at the first possible moment. He caught Meng Ping, who was rapidly falling down, and then he heaved a sigh of relief. After confirming that his mother was fine, Nia Yuan raised his head and looked at the purple figure in the sky in a daze. Xiao Tian? You crippled my cultivation. Subsequently, everyone present heard a shrill cry of hatred. The origin energy on the yellow-clothed old woman that was blasted flying had been obliterated, and she held onto her lower abdomen as she crashed to the ground. But unfortunately, she didn't have a son to catch her like Meng Ping, and she fiercely fell onto the martial practice grounds, causing her head to be covered in blood, and she lost all signs of life. No matter if it was the ground or the sky, the martial practice grounds was deathly silent at this moment. One of the 3 great supreme elders of the Flying Rainbow sect had died just like this. Moreover, she fell to her death. Subsequently, numerous gazes stretched out from the martial practice grounds as if they discussed this beforehand, and they locked onto the purple figure in the sky. He crippled the supreme elder's cultivation. I didn't even see clearly how he attacked earlier. Moreover, the supreme elder's cultivation was crippled in a single move. Even though she wasn't prepared, it's sufficient to show that his strength is extremely strong. The Supreme Elder is in existence at the 7th level of the Void Prying stage. Even if she was caught off guard and another 7th level Void Prying stage martial artist made a move against her, the martial artist might not be able to cripple her cultivation so cleanly. In this way, his cultivation is at the 8th level of the Void Prying stage or above. The crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds couldn't help but gasp. This violet-clothed young man that looked to be only around the age of 25 actually possessed such a terrifying strength? 8th level of the Void Prying stage. When they heard the discussions of the crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples, Nia Rong and Nia Yuan glanced at each other from afar, and they saw shock and sudden understanding in each other's eyes. Shock was because they utterly didn't know beforehand that Duan Lingtian possessed such a terrifying strength. Nonsense. If they knew earlier that Duan Lingtian possessed such a terrifying strength, they wouldn't be so anxious and fearful earlier. Sudden understanding was because they finally realized why Duan Lingtian had the confidence to forcefully charge into the Flying Rainbow sect. It turned out that in his eyes, he utterly didn't take those old fellows from the Flying Rainbow sect seriously. For a time, at the same time that their hearts were filled with pleasant surprise, they couldn't help but laugh bitterly in their hearts. To think that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to possess such a formidable strength earlier. Now it would seem that they utterly couldn't use common sense to deduce Duan Lingtian. The expressions of the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman went completely grim when the yellow-clothed old woman died. The azure-clothed old woman's expression was unsightly as she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a grim voice. Who exactly are you? Why did you kill the Supreme Elder of my Flying Rainbow sect? Kill? When did I kill? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the azure-clothed old woman and shrugged. Don't frame a good person. Frame a good person? Duan Lingtian's words that sounded exceedingly naive caused the group of people including Nia Rong and Nia Yuan to be unable to refrain from bursting into laughter. Especially those female disciples of the Flying Rainbow sect, all of their faces flushed red as if they felt embarrassed for Duan Lingtian. You clearly killed Elder Huang, yet you still dare quibble? The azure-clothed old woman spoke with a low voice. Elder Huang? That yellow-clothed old woman? Duan Lingtian glanced at the corpse on the martial practice grounds, and his brows raised. I admit that I crippled her cultivation. But when did I kill her? Which eye of yours saw it? Duan Lingtian's words caused the azure-clothed old woman's expression to become even more livid. You didn't kill her directly, but you crippled her cultivation while she was high up in the sky. What difference is there between this and killing her? Laughable. Duan Lingtian's originally casual and handsome face was instantly covered in a layer of ice as he said coldly, she was high up in the sky, that's her own business. Could it be that I asked her to go high up in the sky? It's impossible to reason with him, so there's no need to say anything to him. The blue-clothed old woman stopped the azure-clothed old woman that wanted to continue arguing with Duan Lingtian, and she looked coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian. Who exactly are you? Why are you interfering in the matters of our Flying Rainbow sect? Who am I? Duan Lingtian looked at the blue-clothed old woman as if he was looking at an idiot. You wouldn't have gotten old and your eyes aren't working properly, right? Could it be that you didn't see that I came here with Grandpa Nia and Uncle Nia? They're my family, could it be that I can't interfere in their matters? Duan Lingtian especially emphasized the words family. The faces of the two old women instantly sank when they heard this. They suddenly noticed that the development of the matter seemed to have completely exceeded their expectations, and at the same time, it had exceeded their control. Not to mention anything else, just this violet-clothed young man before them obviously possessed a strength that was even more formidable than them. In a head-on collision, they felt that even if they joined forces, they might not be a match for him. When they saw the two supreme elders of the sect were unable to speak before the violet-clothed young man, the gazes of the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds lit up. More than 90% of the female disciples shot flirtatious gazes at Duan Lingtian as they wanted to obtain Duan Lingtian's attention because of this. But unfortunately, from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to them. But even then, they still flocked to him like ducks. For a time, the martial practice grounds of the Flying Rainbow sect had temporarily fallen into deathly silence. No one spoke, and all of them were communicating with their gazes. Finally, the Flying Rainbow sect's master, Meng Ping, spoke and broke this short period of silence. Yuan, this is? Nia Yuan didn't dare dally when facing Meng Ping's question, and he said with a smile, Mother, this is the little Tian I mentioned to you in the past. What? Meng Ping's pupils couldn't help but constrict when she heard Nia Yuan, and even her breathing became slightly hurried as she asked with slight excitement. He's that Duan Lingtian from your Crimson Sky Kingdom? Meng Ping's excitement came from the bottom of her heart, and she looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as if she'd seen a great figure. Meng Ping's loss of composure was noticed by Duan Lingtian. He knew that Meng Ping had probably heard of some things related to him. Chapter 740. Mother, you know little Tian? Nia Yuan couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Meng Ping lose her composure, and then he asked curiously. Nia Rong looked at Meng Ping as well, and he was similarly curious. Duan Lingtian? Right at this moment, no matter if it was the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds or the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman that stood in the distance, all of them were stunned. My God! So he's Duan Lingtian. Many Flying Rainbow sect disciples couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He's Duan Lingtian? The Duan Lingtian that became famous all those years ago with natural talent that surpassed the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? The Duan Lingtian that advanced in the genius competition held by our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family over 2 years ago? According to my knowledge, Duan Lingtian seems to be only 27 or 28 years old this year. His strength is actually at the 8th level of the void prying stage or above. It's truly shocking. Duan Lingtian is the dream lover of many sisters in our Flying Rainbow sect. I never imagined that he would appear in our Flying Rainbow sect. The martial practice grounds of the Flying Rainbow sect became extremely bustling for a time, and many Flying Rainbow sect disciples even cried out Duan Lingtian's name with sharp voices. Their fervent attitudes caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but feel embarrassed. Unlike the excitement of the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples, the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman in the distant sky glanced at each other, and they were able to see terror in each other's eyes. He's Duan Lingtian? The Duan Lingtian that slaughtered all the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge not long ago? It ought to be. In our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, only he possesses such strength and is called Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian's current strength really causes others to be unable to help but feel terrified. Even the members of the Azure Forest Trisect would probably never have imagined even in their dreams that Duan Lingtian would grow to such a terrifying extent in only a few years of time. In an instant, the two old women communicated with each other via voice transmission and confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity at the same time. After confirming it, there was nothing but fear in their hearts. Perhaps the incident that occurred in the demonic Lotus Gorge some time ago hadn't spread throughout the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. But because their Flying Rainbow sect's base was extremely close to the demonic Lotus Gorge and because they were higher-ups of the Flying Rainbow sect, they'd heard about the incident that occurred in the demonic Lotus Gorge a few days ago. The Seven-Star Sword sect carried out a bloodbath of revenge in the demonic Lotus Gorge. The publicly acknowledged number one genius of the Seven-Star Sword sect, Duan Lingtian, had returned domineeringly, and he'd annihilated all the 6th-level Void Initiation Stage experts of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the demonic Lotus Gorge by himself. After that, all the people that were already disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect before the Seven-Star Sword sect was annihilated by the Azure Forest Trisect all those years ago were killed one by one, and there wasn't a single exception. When this news had just entered the ears of the Flying Rainbow sect higher-ups, they still didn't dare believe it, and they'd even personally made a trip to the demonic Lotus Gorge because of this. When they saw the crimson-red ground that was dyed with blood in the gorge at the north of the demonic Lotus Gorge and the corpses that covered the ground that included all the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect that they knew, they realized that the rumors weren't false. The Azure Forest Trisect had indeed been annihilated overnight. Because of this, they completely believed that rumor, and at the same time, they felt deep terror towards the strength of the person that caused it, Duan Lingtian, from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, never had they imagined that not long after the battle in the demonic Lotus Gorge, the peerless god of slaughter, Duan Lingtian, had actually trespassed into their Flying Rainbow sect. Moreover, he'd come with ill intent. When they thought of how they were still in conflict with Duan Lingtian earlier, besides regret, there was only regret in their hearts. If they knew earlier that the sect leader's husband and son had such a close relationship with Duan Lingtian, then even if the sect leader was heavily injured this time, even if they'd always had objections towards the sect leader, they wouldn't have the courage to go against the sect leader. At this moment, their hearts were filled with grievance and resentment. Of course, they were mostly resentful towards Meng Ping, the sect leader of the Flying Rainbow sect. You said that your family members are so familiar with this god of slaughter figure, Duan Lingtian, yet you didn't say so earlier. Isn't this pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, and you're obviously digging a hole for us to jump into? Even if you're digging a hole, you don't have to dig a hole like this. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian noticed the terror that was emitted from the eyes of the two old women when they looked at him once more, and he realized that they might have heard of the incident that occurred in the demonic Lotus Gorge some time ago. He knew that the matter he wanted to help Nie Rong and Nie Yuan today had already been completed. So long as these two old fellows weren't stupid, they would absolutely not dare make things difficult for Meng Ping, the sect leader of the Flying Rainbow sect. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and arrived by the side of Nie Rong and Nie Yuan in a short moment, and then he raised his hand and withdrew a medicinal pill before passing it to Meng Ping. Grandma Meng, this is a grade 4 Great Recovery pill, and it's sufficient to heal the injuries on your body. Duan Lingtian smiled as he spoke to Meng Ping. Even though it was the first time he'd met Meng Ping today, since Meng Ping was the wife of the senior marquis, Nie Rong, and the mother of his uncle Nie Yuan, he naturally had to give her sufficient respect. It was for no other reason than the assistance Nie Rong and Nie Yuan had given him in the past. In Duan Lingtian's heart, he'd always adhered to a principle. The kindness of receiving a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. No. I don't dare, I don't dare. Meng Ping's face flushed red when she heard Duan Lingtian address her as grandma, and she hurriedly shook her head before consuming the grade 4 Great Recovery pill in her hand. Nie Rong and Nie Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian with bewildered expressions when they saw Meng Ping lose her composure. They weren't idiots and naturally noticed the restraint Meng Ping had when facing Duan Lingtian, as if she was facing an extraordinary figure. They suddenly realized that perhaps their understanding of the current Duan Lingtian was far from enough. After Meng Ping consumed the medicinal pill, she closed her eyes and sat cross-legged in midair to recover. After a short moment, her slightly pale face started to become rosy, and the dispirited aura on her body ceaselessly strengthened as if she'd obtained new life. This is the medicinal strength of a grade 4 Great Recovery pill? Nie Rong and Nie Yuan's pupils couldn't help but constrict when they saw this scene. A grade 4 Great Recovery pill was a medicinal pill that only a grade 4 alchemist could refine, and it was extremely precious. After all, grade 4 alchemists were comparatively common only in the Darkhan dynasty, and even if it was in the Darkstone Empire, they were extremely rare existences. As for the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it was utterly impossible to find a grade 4 alchemist. Not to mention the Crimson Sky Kingdom. On the martial practice grounds, the crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples went silent, and the gazes of most of them were on the sect leader, Meng Ping. All of them hoped that Meng Ping would be able to recover and once again take control of their Flying Rainbow sect. Meng Ping's reputation in the Flying Rainbow sect was obvious. Of course, there was also a small portion of Flying Rainbow sect disciples whose gazes never left Duan Lingtian, and after they found out about Duan Lingtian's identity, they became even more fervent. As for the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman that stood in the distant sky, they stood on the spot and didn't dare move in the slightest. It wasn't that they didn't think of fleeing, but they didn't dare flee. Before an existence like Duan Lingtian that was capable of easily killing a 6th-level void initiation stage expert, would 2 tiny 7th-level void prying stage martial artists like them be able to escape? Half an hour passed by quickly. Pooh! Meng Ping, who sat cross-legged in midair and absorbed the medicinal strength of the grade 4 Great Recovery pills, suddenly moved, and she spat out a mouthful of blood that was violet to the point it was black. After spitting out this mouthful of blood, Meng Ping seemed to be much more spirited. Whoosh! Along with the pulsating origin energy on Meng Ping's body, an ancient horned dragon silhouette and 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air in the sky above her. 8th level of the void initiation stage. Ping, you've recovered? Nie Rong's eyes stared wide open when he saw this scene, and he asked with slight pleasant surprise. Yes. Meng Ping nodded with a light smile, and then she looked at Duan Lingtian and slightly bowed. Thank you, young Master Lingtian, for bestowing me with the grade 4 Great Recovery pill. Not only did the grade 4 Great Recovery pill allow her injuries to recover by more than half, it even removed the clotted blood in her meridians in one go. At this moment, she felt her body was light as a swallow, and her strength from her prime had returned. Meng Ping's actions caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly surprised. He hurriedly raised his hand, and his gentle origin energy shook the air as a shapeless force swept out to support Meng Ping up. Grandma Meng, you're a relative of Grandpa Nya and Uncle Nya, so you're a relative of mine as well. Just call me Little Tian like Grandpa Nya and Uncle Nya. How could I dare? Meng Ping spoke with slight panic. When she thought of what this violet-clothed young man before her had done some time ago, she couldn't help but feel a wave of shock in her heart, and she still hadn't recovered from it until now. A sect as formidable as the Azure Forest Trisect was actually destroyed just like this at the hands of this young man that was shockingly young, and it was truly unbelievable. Mother, you haven't answered me. How do you know Little Tian? The nearby Nie Yuan asked once more. But this time, Meng Ping still didn't have the time to answer Nie Yuan before being interrupted. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two silhouettes flew over at high speed. When they saw the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman arrive, besides Duan Lingtian and Meng Ping who had calm expressions, the expressions of Nie Rong and Nie Yuan went grim. But in the next moment, the actions of the two old women caused them to be completely dumbstruck. The two old women actually directly knelt in the sky before Duan Lingtian, and their emaciated and aged bodies shivered. Lord Duan Lingtian, we didn't know of the relationship between you and the sect leader, please forgive us. Lord Duan Lingtian, so long as you're willing to spare me. I'm willing to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that I won't go against the sect leader in my entire lifetime. I'm willing as well. The two old women knelt before Duan Lingtian just like this as they spoke without thinking. Before Duan Lingtian, they'd completely thrown away the arrogance of supreme elders of the Flying Rainbow sect, and there was only a single thought in their hearts, and that was to survive no matter what. What are the two supreme elders doing? Even if Duan Lingtian is a martial artist at the 8th level of the void prying stage or above, there's no need for them to act like this, right? On the martial practice grounds, the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples were stunned by the actions of the two supreme elders. It wasn't only them that were stunned. Chapter 741. Little Tian, you absolutely can't let them off. Otherwise, once they report to the Azure Forest Trisect that they've seen a 7-star sword sect disciple like you, the members of the Azure Forest Trisect will absolutely not let the matter go. Nie Rong was the first to react, and he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian hadn't said anything when the expressions of the two old women that knelt in midair froze, and they looked at Nie Rong with eyes filled with shame and resentment. Shouldn't he find a better excuse if he wants us to die? They thought that Nie Rong surely knew that the Azure Forest Trisect had been annihilated by Duan Lingtian, and now he was using the Azure Forest Trisect as an excuse purely because he wanted them to die and take revenge for his wife. Besides that, since these Flying Rainbow sect disciples have recognized you as a 7-star sword sect disciple now, you can't be allowed to live. Nie Yuan had a serious expression as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Earlier, the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples discussed Duan Lingtian, and it allowed him to realize that when Duan Lingtian was in the 7-star sword sect earlier, he could be considered to be a famous person in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. As soon as Nie Yuan finished speaking, on the martial practice grounds, the expressions of the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples went grim. If Duan Lingtian really wanted to kill them, then they really didn't have the slightest strength to fight back and were unable to flee. I'm willing to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that I'll absolutely not report the news and betray Duan Lingtian. I'm willing as well. All the Flying Rainbow sect disciples were completely anxious, and they didn't have the mood to make eyes at Duan Lingtian any longer. Brother Rong, Yuan. Could it be that both of you don't know that the Azure Forest Trisect has already been annihilated by Little Tian? When Nie Rong spoke out, Meng Ping's face was filled with bewilderment, and she couldn't help but ask when she heard her son, Nie Yuan, speak similar words. The Azure Forest Trisect has been annihilated by Little Tian? Meng Ping's words instantly seemed to have transformed into two enormous hammers that fiercely smashed onto the chests of Nie Rong and Nie Yuan respectively, causing their chests to rise and fall like bellows that couldn't calm down for a long time. Ping Er, you said the Azure Forest Trisect was annihilated by Little Tian? Nie Rong regained his senses and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with some difficulty. His gaze shifted from Meng Ping to Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the purple-clothed youth in front of him was so unfamiliar. It was so unfamiliar that it made one's heart palpitate. Of course, the reason why he had such a feeling was not because of anything else but because of the strength that the other party now possessed. Nie Yuan also stared blankly at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Meng Ping nodded and said slowly, not long ago, Little Tian made a move and annihilated all the 6th-level Void Initiation stage higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect, and then he joined forces with the other two 6th-level Void Initiation stage experts of the 7-star Sword sect to completely slaughter the remaining Void Initiation stage experts. Presently, the Azure Forest Trisect doesn't exist anymore, and the revival of the 7-star sword sect is at hand. Meng Ping finished speaking in one breath. Whoosh! Meng Ping's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused everyone besides Duan Lingtian and the 2 old women that knelt in midair to be stunned. Everyone including Nia Rong and Nia Yuan felt that today was the day they'd received the most shock in their entire lifetime, and it was simply terrifying to the point of death. Little Tian, you, really? Nia Yuan gasped and looked at Duan Lingtian, and he seemed to want to confirm it. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a light smile. Nia Yuan had a complicated gaze, and he sighed after a long time. No wonder you trespassed into the Flying Rainbow sect so fearlessly today. So it turns out that you're utterly unafraid of these old fellows of the Flying Rainbow sect. As he finished speaking, Nia Yuan had a bitter smile on his face, and at the same time, he glanced at the 2 old women that knelt nearby Duan Lingtian. Now, he finally understood why these 2 old women would be so afraid of Duan Lingtian. All of this was because of Duan Lingtian's actions of annihilating the Azure Forest Trisect some time ago. On the other hand, Nia Rong and the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds couldn't help but gasp. For a time, the entire martial practice grounds was filled with the sound of heavy breathing. The group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds heaved a sigh of relief when they found out that the Azure Forest Trisect didn't exist any longer. After all, the Azure Forest Trisect had ceased to exist, and they weren't worried that Duan Lingtian would silence them. Duan Lingtian is able to kill a 6th-level Void Initiation Stage expert? Doesn't that mean that his strength is at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above? A 7th-level Void Initiation Stage expert below the age of 30. Heavens! Even if it's the Darkhan dynasty, there might not be such a heaven-defying young expert like this, right? I truly never imagined that such a great figure has actually appeared in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples that weren't afraid any longer looked at Duan Lingtian with burning gazes. Many people even continued to cast flirtatious glances at him in secret. Lord Duan Lingtian, spare me. Meanwhile, the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman that knelt in midair before Duan Lingtian continued to kowtow and beg for mercy, and their voices were filled with terror that came from the bottom of their hearts. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the 2 old women before moving his gaze onto Meng Ping, and then he said with a light smile, Grandma Meng, how do you think we should deal with them? I only need a single word from you and I can make them vanish completely from this world without leaving the slightest trace behind. Duan Lingtian's words were extremely flat, and it was as if killing the 2 old women was utterly not difficult to him. In reality, it was indeed not difficult at all. Sect leader, we won't dare go against you in the future, please spare us. Sect leader, save us. The 2 old women hurriedly turned around and knelt before Meng Ping when they heard Duan Lingtian, and tears flowed down their faces. In their eyes, Meng Ping was their life-saving straw now. When they saw Meng Ping's gloomy expression and silence, the 2 old women were instantly anxious, and they hurriedly pinched open their fingers, causing a drop of blood to fly out from the tip of their fingers and charge into the sky. In the next moment, the 2 old women hurriedly swore. The oath they swore was none other than that if they went against the sect leader, Meng Ping, in the future, then they were willing to be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Flowing lights flashed within Meng Ping's eyes when she saw the 2 old women swear such a heavy oath, and she said slowly, it's fine if you want to live, but you must go to the forbidden area. Unless the sect encounters a calamity, otherwise, both of you are forever prohibited from taking a step out of the forbidden area. Thank you, sect leader. The 2 supreme elders of the Flying Rainbow sect knew that they'd preserved their lives when they heard Meng Ping, and they repeatedly thanked her. To them, living was more important than anything. In next to no time, they left and headed towards the forbidden area. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian, Nia Rong, and Nia Yuan instead followed Meng Ping to soar into the sky, and they quickly arrived at a higher point on Flying Rainbow Mountain before descending into a pavilion that occupied a vast area. Under Meng Ping's hospitality, after they sat down before a pavilion, Nia Yuan couldn't help but look at Duan Lingtian and give him a thumbs up. Little Tian, Uncle Nia truly never imagined that you would actually have such high accomplishments after leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom. What? Uncle Nia, do you look down on me so much? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. Nia Yuan couldn't help but choke when he heard this, and he was slightly embarrassed. That's not it. I just feel that your accomplishments are truly astounding. In the past, not even in my dreams had I imagined that someone from our Crimson Sky Kingdom would be able to ascend to the heights you've attained now. Humph. How could little Tian be compared to an ordinary person? Nia Rong glared at Nia Yuan and grunted. Meanwhile, Meng Ping had finished brewing tea for the three of them, and she walked over. Little Tian's name had already spread throughout the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom a few years ago. But when I found out that little Tian was from the Crimson Sky Kingdom and had an extremely close relationship with Yuan, the Seven-Star Sword sect had already been. When she spoke up to hear, Meng Ping paused for a moment and directly skipped over before continuing. I was deeply afraid that the Azure Forest Trisect would implicate the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Divine Might Marquis estate because of little Tian. So I didn't mention the matter of little Tian being in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to Yuan. Little Tian, you don't blame me, right? Meng Ping looked at Duan Ling Tian with a kind gaze. Grandma Meng, you're joking. You're thinking of the overall situation, what's there to blame? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Little Tian, you're already in existence at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. Not long ago, it seemed to be the Dark Han Dynasty's Dynasty Martial Competition, whereas the young geniuses that advanced through the Dynasty Martial Competition would obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Have you obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Suddenly, Meng Ping had a flash of insight, and she looked curiously at Duan Ling Tian, and her eyes were filled with anticipation. For a time, Nia Rong and Nia Yuan came to a sudden understanding. Only now did they realize that Duan Lingtian's advancement in cultivation had long since exceeded their imaginations, and it was even possible that he'd passed through the Empire's Young Genius competition over 1 year ago and obtained the qualifications to participate in the Dynasty Martial competition. As for whether Duan Lingtian had advanced in the Dynasty Martial competition, they didn't dare be completely sure. After all, the Dynasty Martial competition was a stage where the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty and the various empires subordinate to it competed for supremacy, and there would surely be many young martial artists with extraordinary natural talent within it. Coupled with Duan Lingtian losing to those young geniuses in terms of age, even if he possessed a cultivation at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, he might not necessarily be able to pass through the Dynasty Martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded when faced with Meng Ping's question. I'll be heading to the Dark Han Dynasty's Imperial Palace to converge with the other 9 young geniuses in a few months before heading to the Northern Desert to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Duan Lingtian's words undoubtedly indicated that he'd indeed passed through the Dynasty Martial competition. For a time, the family of 3 that sat before Duan Lingtian were petrified, and they only recovered from their shock after a long time. If His Majesty finds out about this matter, he'll surely be overjoyed. Someone from our Crimson Sky Kingdom has actually obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Nia Yuan was excited to the point his face flushed red, and he was unable to restrain himself. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was a competition between the group of young geniuses that stood at the top of the various dynasties. On the other hand, even though Nia Rong and Meng Ping didn't say anything, yet the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were still filled with shock. Grandpa Nia, Grandma Meng, Uncle Nia. I still have some things to do, so I won't disturb your family's reunion. Chapter 742. After leaving the Flying Rainbow sect, Duan Lingtian didn't return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, nor did he return to the 7-Star Sword sect, and he instead headed all the way to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. With Duan Lingtian's speed, he didn't spend much time to arrive at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. When he arrived at the Imperial City, he went straight to the Blacksmith Guild headquarters and found Luo Rong. Luo Rong, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's guild master, and at the same time, he was the grandfather of crazy young master, Luo Zhan, who was the head of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He could be considered to be an old acquaintance of Duan Lingtian in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city. Master, you're back. After 2 years, seeing Duan Lingtian again, Luo Rong still maintained the respect he had for Duan Lingtian. This respect was due to the fact that Duan Lingtian had taught him the Tao of weapon refinement, and he would never forget it. Help me find some materials. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. Amongst all the people he knew in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the old man before him was undoubtedly the one with the widest connections. Grandmaster, please go ahead. Luo Rong replied respectfully. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he spoke of some materials. They were all materials that were relatively rare. Of course, even though these materials were rare, they couldn't be considered to be precious, and they could be completely gathered in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not have come to Luo Rong. I'll give the order now. Luo Rong notified Duan Lingtian before leaving, and he only returned half an hour later. Master, I've already issued a reward assignment for those materials in our Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild. Besides that, I asked someone to enter the Imperial Palace to communicate with the members of the Imperial family. The materials collected by the Imperial family are the most complete in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I should be able to gather them in 3 days at most. Yes, sorry to trouble you. Duan Lingtian nodded and immediately asked, by the way, is Luo Zhan back? No. Luo Rong shook his head, and then he said slowly, that child has been eager to excel since he was young. It was fine when he was publicly acknowledged as the most outstanding young genius in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and he didn't feel any pressure. 2 years ago, your appearance and the pressure that the saber young master gave him after that undoubtedly caused him to suffer a great blow, and that's why he decided to go out to gain experience and tempering. However, it's good to go out and gain experience. It can grind away his sharpness and make him more mature. When he spoke up to hear, Luo Rong paused for a moment. Master, I heard you advanced in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire and obtained the opportunity to participate in the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition. I wonder if you advanced in the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition as well? Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. As expected. Luo Rong nodded and didn't seem to be surprised. This made Duan Lingtian somewhat puzzled, and he couldn't help but ask, you aren't surprised? If this happened to someone else, like that grandson of mine, then perhaps I would be surprised. But when it happened to you, Master, I instead feel that it couldn't be any more normal. Luo Rong spoke out the thoughts in his heart, causing Duan Lingtian to be speechless and not know how to reply. He couldn't possibly say thank you for the praise, right? Subsequently, Duan Lingtian temporarily stayed in the Alchemist Guild's headquarters under Luo Rong's arrangement, and he waited for the materials to arrive. The materials that Duan Lingtian asked Luo Rong to search for were materials required for inscriptions, and they were materials that Duan Lingtian intended to use to construct the inscription formation. Constructing an inscription formation for the first time really causes me to be slightly excited. But with the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, there isn't the slightest pressure. Duan Lingtian sat silently in his room as he looked at the pile of materials on the table before him, and a wisp of a rosy red appeared on his face, a rosy red of excitement. With a raise of his hand, numerous low-grade origin stones were withdrawn by Duan Lingtian. Origin stones aren't a problem. I only hope that those materials can be gathered. In that way, I'll be able to successfully extract all the spirit points in the former demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect and move them to the 7-star Sword sect. Extracting was different from extracting. Extracting the origin energy that had been accumulated in the spirit points for many years only required an origin drawing pearl to accomplish it. Moreover, it was easy and simple, and it was simply a laborious task that didn't require brain power, and anyone could do it. On the other hand, extracting spirit points was instead a technical task that consumed an extremely large amount of brain power and heart power, and it required the combination of special inscription formations to accomplish it. If there was really a difference. The former only extracted the spirit energy of heaven and earth that had been accumulated in the spirit points for many years, and after it was extracted, the spirit points would once again accumulate spirit energy after a period of time, whereas, the spirit energy that was extracted would be gone once it was used. The latter instead uprooted the spirit points, and no matter if it was the spirit energy accumulated in the spirit points or the spirit points themselves, they would all be directly extracted. What Duan Lingtian wanted to do was the latter. He wanted to utilize the inscription formations he possessed to uproot the spirit points in the former 3 great sects and move them all to the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect. At that time, besides the 9 spirit points that had temporarily lost their spirit energy, the 7-star sword sect would have another 20+ spirit points. Perhaps I can consider extracting the spirit points of the Mountain Splits sect as well. At any rate, the Mountain Splits sect has been annihilated by the Azure Forest Trisect, and keeping the spirit points is a waste. Duan Lingtian's expression went serious, and he had a righteous appearance as he muttered to himself. Even though the materials weren't gathered now, it didn't affect Duan Lingtian from starting to inscribe inscriptions. The inscriptions he wanted to inscribe now were the inscriptions required to construct the inscription formation. These inscriptions didn't rely on his origin energy to be activated, and they relied on origin stones to be activated instead. Only in this way would he be able to maintain the tireless circulation of the inscription formation. He couldn't be using his origin energy to activate the inscription formation at all times, right? On the other hand, besides some special requirements, practically all the inscription formations constructed by formidable inscription masters in the foreign lands used origin stones to activate and circulate them. After Duan Lingtian's cultivation broke through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage, his spiritual force had increased to the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage along with it, and inscribing the inscriptions he required now practically didn't consume any spiritual force. So after going without sleep for 3 days and 2 nights, Duan Lingtian didn't feel the slightest trace of exhaustion, and he was still brimming with energy. On the night of the 3rd day, Luo Rong knocked on Duan Lingtian's door and delivered the last pile of materials Duan Lingtian required. "Master, the materials are all here. I'll be troubling you." Duan Lingtian nodded to express his gratitude to Luo Rong. "Master, you're too courteous. Even if my body is shattered, it would be difficult for me to repay the great kindness you've given me, let alone such a small matter." Luo Rong spoke, and then he sensibly took a step back. "Master, then I won't disturb your rest." After Luo Rong left, he closed the door behind him. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed as he looked at the door that was closed. At this moment, he even had the thought of refining a grade 3 spirit weapon to give to Luo Rong as a form of thanks. But with a quick thought, if he gave a grade 3 spirit weapon to Luo Rong, it would seem that it would only harm Luo Rong. Not to mention the desire of the various experts of the Darkhan dynasty towards a grade 3 spirit weapon, even if Luo Rong hid the grade 3 spirit weapon tightly, as a weapons craftsman, would he not take it out to study? With Luo Rong's current attainments in the Tao of inscriptions, forcefully studying a grade 3 spirit weapon would only bring more harm than benefit. So, Duan Lingtian intended to properly repay Luo Rong in the future. The important matter at hand is to finish those inscriptions first. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and continued inscribing the inscriptions. Half a month of time passed in the blink of an eye. During these past few days, besides occasionally going out to eat with Luo Rong, Duan Lingtian practically locked himself in his room, and half a month later, he'd finally finished inscribing the required inscriptions. "I ought to leave." Duan Lingtian found Luo Rong and bluntly bid his farewells. "Master, no matter what happens in the future, feel free to instruct Luo Rong, and Luo Rong will surely do my best to help Master." Luo Rong spoke with a sincere expression. "Thank you." After Duan Lingtian nodded and expressed his gratitude, he left the Alchemist Guild's main guild. After inquiring about the location of the former Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City, Duan Lingtian left the Imperial City. After leaving the Imperial City, Duan Lingtian headed north all the way, and he quickly entered a world of ice and snow. According to the information he'd inquired about earlier, this was the former Snow Moon sex base. But the current Snow Moon sex base was deserted and desolate, and Duan Lingtian didn't notice a single living person after walking around for a long time. Looks like Elder Peng really made them afraid that day. Besides the former demonic Lotus Blade sex base, the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, I reckon not only the former Snow Moon sex base is empty, even the former Origin Convergence sex base is empty. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian calmed his feelings and started searching for the location of spirit points in the former Snow Moon sex base. Because the spirit energy of the heaven and earth within the spirit points here wasn't extracted by the Origin Drawing Pearl, so Duan Lingtian quickly noticed the location of the spirit points. Only 6. After going around the former Snow Moon sex base and searching carefully, Duan Lingtian only noticed 6 spirit points. Since he'd noticed the spirit points, Duan Lingtian started working. Firstly, he withdrew the inscriptions that were inscribed on the numerous low-grade origin stones with various materials. Actually, he was only withdrawing the low-grade origin stones that had inscriptions inscribed on them. Duan Lingtian stood at the aperture of one of the spirit points, and numerous low-grade origin stones shot out from his hand to be placed in an extremely orderly manner at the aperture of the aperture. Gradually, they formed into a triangle, and the numerous low-grade origin stones were tightly connected together to the point they couldn't be separated. Clang! Along with the last low-grade origin stone shooting out and fusing with the numerous low-grade origin stones that formed the triangle, all the low-grade origin stones that formed the triangle started to flicker with strands of milky white sheen. In next to no time, strands of milky white sheen spread out before converging together in the end to form a triangular milky white circle of light. I've succeeded. Chapter 743. The appearance of the triangular milky white circle of light meant that the inscription formation had officially been activated. After the inscription formation was activated, it could be seen with the naked eye that a twisting vortex had appeared out of thin air at the center of the triangular light circle, and the vortex became clearer and clearer. A terrifying suction force swept out from the vortex and acted on the ground. Slap! Not long after, a hideous crack appeared on the ground. Slap! 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 Along with the passage of time, the cracks on the ground ceaselessly increased, and they densely intersected together like a spider web that ceaselessly spread and extended outwards. It's out. Seeming to have noticed something, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the bottom of the inscription formation. Meanwhile, along with the vortex formed by the inscription formation ceaselessly revolving, a seemingly bottomless ravine appeared beneath the cracked ground. After a short moment, the originally dim ravine suddenly lit up. A ball of milky white light condensed from almost material liquefied spirit energy of heaven and earth rose into the sky from beneath the ravine, and it quickly fused into the vortex and was swallowed by the vortex. After the almost material milky white light was completely swallowed by the vortex, it split up and fused into the numerous low-grade origin stones that were inscribed with inscriptions. The vortex gradually dispersed, and the triangular light circle that emitted white light gradually dimmed down along with it, revealing its true appearance. Numerous low-grade origin stones that formed into a triangular shape appeared. If one looked carefully at these low-grade origin stones, one would be able to see that there were traces of extremely bright milky white liquid flowing on the surface of these low-grade origin stones. It was precisely the spirit points that were temporarily sealed by the inscription formation and the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points. The spirit points didn't exist in a solid state, and like the spirit energy within them, they existed in a liquid state, and they were usually tightly attached to the ground. Even if the origin drawing pearl was able to extract the liquid spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points, it was unable to extract the spirit points. Yet now, Duan Lingtian had accomplished it with the help of the inscription formation, and he'd successfully extracted the spirit point by its roots. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian took out an unused storage ring and put away the pile of low-grade origin stones on the ground. These low-grade origin stones were the key to moving the spirit cave, and he couldn't afford to lose them. The spirit cave was now temporarily residing in these low-grade primordial stones. Continue. After Duan Lingtian extracted a spirit point, he did not hesitate and directly went to the next spirit point. Even though he was able to use the inscription formation to extract the spirit point, there was a certain time limit. If he wasn't able to release the extracted spirit point within 10 days and ask it to find a new home, then it would completely collapse. Duan Lingtian spent 3 hours to extract all 6 spirit points from the former Snow Moon sect's encampment. Subsequently, he headed to the Demon Lotus Gorge. The Demon Lotus Gorge originally had a total of 7 spirit points, but after searching for a long time, Duan Lingtian only found 4 of them. The spirit energy accumulated within the other 3 spirit points was extracted by Long Wei with the origin drawing pearl earlier. I didn't know their location beforehand, so it's not easy to find them in a short period of time. But even if I'm able to extract those 3 spirit points, they won't be of use in a short period of time, and they must experience a certain amount of time before they can once again accumulate spirit energy. I'll ignore them for now. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian temporarily gave up on the 3 spirit points in the Demon Lotus Gorge that had their spirit energy extracted, and he moved his attention onto the other 4 spirit points that were filled with spirit energy. Following what he did, Duan Lingtian quickly extracted the 4 spirit points with the inscription formation. Continue. After extracting a total of 10 spirit points, Duan Lingtian didn't stop there, and after he left the Demon Lotus Gorge, he headed to the former Origin Convergence sect's encampment. The Origin Convergence sect's encampment was located within a large gorge, and the entrance was the one-line sky. If he didn't inquire about it beforehand, then even if Duan Lingtian passed by here, he probably wouldn't have imagined that there would be a completely different world within. It's really as I guessed. After entering the Origin Convergence sect's encampment, Duan Lingtian didn't notice a single person, and there were only demon beasts that fled in all directions and some ferocious beasts that took the initiative to attack Duan Lingtian. Demon beasts possessed elementary intelligence and were able to realize that Duan Lingtian wasn't simple, so they didn't dare offend Duan Lingtian. But the ferocious beasts didn't have this awareness. However, not a single one of these ferocious beasts that attacked Duan Lingtian was able to approach Duan Lingtian. Every time they pounced towards Duan Lingtian, they were still a distance away from Duan Lingtian before being blasted flying. On Duan Lingtian's body, strands of origin energy that were suffused with an earthen yellow sheen ceaselessly crisscrossed, and they were like numerous indistinct earth dragons. It was precisely the high-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill that Duan Lingtian casually executed, the Earth-rank's barrier. The Earth-rank's barrier was also a defensive martial skill that came with the 6th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Earth Dragon form, that Duan Lingtian cultivated. Although it was inferior to a Heaven-ranked defensive martial skill, it could still be considered to be one of the best amongst Earth-ranked defensive martial skills. Ow, squeak squeak. No matter if it was a beast-type ferocious beast or a bird-type ferocious beast, after being blasted flying by the defensive chi barrier on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body, all of them seemed to have awakened from their stupor, and they wailed twice before hurriedly fleeing. Perhaps their intelligence was inferior to a demon beast, but after suffering a loss, they would still subconsciously launch self-protection. 7 spirit points. After he walked around the former Origin Convergence sect, Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile. Since he'd noticed the spirit points, Duan Lingtian started to make a move. Clang! 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 Numerous low-grade origin stones that were inscribed with inscriptions flew out from Duan Lingtian's hand and descended onto the ground before forming into an inscription formation, and then he started to extract the spirit points. Because he had the experience from before, Duan Lingtian was even more skilled now. The time he spent extracting 7 spirit points this time wasn't even as much as the time he extracted 6 spirit points from the former Snow Moon sect. After he finished extracting the 7 spirit points, Duan Lingtian headed all the way to the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect. The spirit points in the former Mountain Splits sect aren't urgent for now. I'll go extract them when I have the time in a few years. Right, there's also the remaining 3 spirit points in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. On the way, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself constantly. After flying at full speed for 3 days, Duan Lingtian finally saw the location of the 7-star sword sect. The 7 sword peaks that were like sharp swords that shot into the sky brought an indescribable feeling of intimacy to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stood in the sky above the peak of Dubhe Peak, and his gaze flickered. After a while, he sighed and muttered to himself. Sect leader, Peak Master Jing Fan, Peak Master Kuzhen, Elder Bai. The 7-star sword sect has already been rebuilt, and it's still the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom like before. All of you ought to rest in peace in the netherworld. As he finished muttering to himself, Duan Lingtian slightly bowed, and it could be considered as paying his respects to all the higher-ups and disciples that had sacrificed themselves for the 7-star sword sect. The square on the peak of Dubhe Peak was originally dyed in blood, yet it was completely clean now. Obviously, it was specially cleaned up by someone. Mou's speed is really swift. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as his figure flashed out to instantly arrive in the sky above Dubhe Peak's Dubhe Hall. Dubhe Hall was the place the former sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Linghu Jinhong, normally cultivated. Later on, after Mou took Linghu Jinhong as his master, he stayed here to cultivate as well. But, although the Dubhe Hall was spotless now, it was completely empty. Looks like Mou ought to be busy elsewhere. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When he was in the sky above Dubhe Peak earlier, he'd noticed many 7-star sword sect disciples bustling about everywhere, and it caused the entire 7-star sword sect to reveal a scene of prosperity. The lion that had slumbered for a long time, the 7-star sword sect, had already started to awaken. Duan Lingtian didn't disturb the others and descended into Dubhe Hall at the first possible moment. Then he withdrew a pile of origin stones before fusing a sealed spirit point into the ground below Dubhe Hall. Extracting a spirit point and fusing with a spirit point were 2 different concepts. The former required the strength of an inscription formation to destroy the foundation before the spirit point could be completely extracted. The latter only required the spirit point to be released from the seal of the inscription formation, and it would drill into the ground at the first possible moment to find a new home. Whoosh! After Duan Lingtian activated the inscription formation, the milky white ball of light that was formed from the liquefied spirit energy of the heaven and earth instantly fused into the ground. At practically the exact same moment, vast spirit energy of the heaven and earth was emitted and enveloped the entire Dubhe Hall, causing the cultivation environment of Dubhe Hall to undergo a tremendous change for a time. Bang! 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 At the same time, a wave of light sounded out, and the numerous origin stones that formed a triangle on the ground shattered with a bang before transforming into powder that dispersed along with the light wind and returned to nothingness. These low-grade origin stones that were inscribed with inscriptions that formed the inscription formation had completed their mission. Once the other spirit point in Dubhe Hall accumulates spirit energy once more, and the 2 spirit points stack together, the cultivation environment of Dubhe Hall will surely be twice as good as it is now. This was something that Duan Lingtian didn't doubt in the slightest. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian left Dubhe Hall and headed to another place. I'll fuse a new spirit point into each of the other 8 original spirit points, and the other spirit points will be fused into the other 6 great sword peaks. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian made a decision in his heart. He'd extracted a total of 17 spirit points from the former 3 great sects, and after using 1 in Dubhe Hall, there were still 16 remaining. In other words, even if he used another 8 spirit points, there would still be another 8 remaining. He intended to fuse 6 of these 8 spirit points into the other 6 sword peaks, and as for the remaining 2 spirit points, he intended to leave them to Elder Peng. Elder Peng, the 7-star sword sect's guardian revered elder, the 6th level void initiation stage rock. When he saw Elder Peng the other day, his spiritual force had detected that Elder Peng was only a step away from breaking through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage. Chapter 744. Not only Elder Peng, he even intended to leave some low-grade origin stones for Qin Xiang, Mou, and Jing Song. After all, it was impossible for him to stay in the Seven-Star Sword Sect forever, as the Seven-Star Sword Sect would have to rely on them in the future to be able to pass down its inheritance. After leaving Dubhe Hall, Duan Lingtian arrived at Alcade Hall. It just so happened that Qin Xiang, the peak master of Alcade Peak, was present as well. After notifying Qin Xiang, Duan Lingtian started to construct the inscription formation and release the spirit point to allow it to merge into the ground of Alcade Hall. Instantly, vast spirit energy of the heavens and the earth spread out, causing Qin Xiang, who stood at the side, to reveal a shocked expression. Even though Duan Lingtian had said the last time that he could move the spirit points of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect to the Seven-Star Sword sect. But hearing about it and witnessing it with her own two eyes were two completely different things, and Qin Xiang was unable to recover from her shock for a long time. Duan Lingtian didn't disturb Qin Xiang, who was in a daze, and he continued to head towards his next destination. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian had merged a spirit point at each of the 9 great spirit points on Dubhe Peak. Subsequently, he went to the other 6 outer court sword peaks and merged a spirit point into each of them. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian went to look for Elder Peng. Elder Peng usually stayed on the precipitous cliff behind the main peak of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, Dubhe Peak, as that was his place of cultivation. Elder Peng. Duan Lingtian flew down to greet the nearby rock that was lying on the ground. The Grand Rock's eyes emitted a wisp of bright light when he saw Duan Lingtian, and he lightly nodded. But in next to no time, he was stunned. Because Duan Lingtian had already started to merge spirit points into his place of cultivation. 2 spirit points merged into the rear peak of Dubhe Peak. Instantly, vast spirit energy of the heavens and the earth swept out and enveloped Duan Lingtian and the Grand Rock. When the rock sensed the yuan qi of heaven and earth, his sharp eyes couldn't help but narrow. He sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian and said, "Little fellow, what are you doing?" "Old Peng, I've left 2 spirit caves for you to cultivate in. In the future, you'll be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort if you cultivate here. Also, these origin stones are for you." Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out 10,000 low-grade origin stones. He slowly placed them not far in front of Elder Peng, and they piled up into a small mountain. Primordial stones? The rock had already revealed astonishment in its eyes because Duan Lingtian had moved the spirit point, and after it saw the origin stones, it was completely stunned. Even though he'd never seen origin stones in the past, but as the saying goes, one who hasn't eaten pork has at least seen a pig run. As the sect guarding revered elder of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, he'd naturally heard of the existence of origin stones. These are low-grade primordial stones. Duan Lingtian continued. When a void initiation stage martial artist or demon beast absorbs the spirit energy of the heaven and earth within the low-grade origin stones to cultivate. A single low-grade origin stone is able to absorb for an hour. Under the assistance of the 2 spirit caves and coupled with these low-grade origin stones, it's sufficient to allow Elder Peng to easily break through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian revealed a smile on his face. "Little fellow, keep these origin stones yourself. Even if I'm able to break through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage in my lifetime, it's impossible for me to break through to the void interpretation stage. There's no need to waste so many origin stones for nothing." Since the rock recognized the origin stones, he naturally knew how precious they were, and he directly refused Duan Lingtian's good intentions. "With your natural talent and the assistance of these origin stones, you'll surely be able to go even higher and further." Obviously, the reason the rock refused was because he didn't want to slow down Duan Lingtian's footsteps because of him. "Elder Peng, if you refuse these origin stones because of this, then you don't have to. I still have many origin stones in my possession, and I can't use them all for now." Duan Lingtian smiled, and then he soared into the sky. Besides that, the future of the Seven-Star Sword Sect still requires the protection of Elder Peng. The stronger Elder Peng's strength is, the safer the Seven-Star Sword Sect will be. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian didn't wait for Elder Peng's reply before directly leaving. The rock's complicated gaze contained gratitude mixed within as he watched Duan Lingtian's figure flash into the clouds and mist. All those years ago, when he saw this little fellow for the first time, he had an extremely deep impression of Duan Lingtian. He still remembered that this little fellow had used his spiritual force to investigate him all those years ago. Never had he imagined that in less than 10 years, the little fellow from all those years ago had already grown to an extent that was difficult for him to reach. It's the fortune of the 7-star sword sect to be able to possess a disciple that's devoted to the sect like this, Elder Peng thought silently in his heart. After he left Elder Peng's place of cultivation, Duan Lingtian went to look for Mou. Senior brother. Mou had a delighted expression when he saw Duan Lingtian once more, and he greeted respectfully. Since he witnessed Duan Lingtian's terrifying strength the other day, he wasn't as relaxed as before Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile, and then he asked. Have senior brother Zheng Song and the others returned? Not yet. Mou shook his head. They'll probably be able to return in another half a month. Senior brother, why don't you stay in the 7-star sword sect during this period of time and wait for them to return? It's fine if they haven't returned. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian withdrew a spatial ring and passed it to Mou, then he said via voice transmission. There's a total of 30,000 low-grade origin stones here. Keep 10,000, give another 10,000 to Peak Master Qin Xiang, and give the last 10,000 to senior brother Zheng Song. Besides that, I've already moved a spirit point into each of the 9 great spirit points on Dubhe Peak. Besides that, the 6 great outer court sword peaks. Duan Lingtian told Mou all about the locations of the spirit points, and then he soared into the sky and intended to leave. Senior brother, what's a low-grade origin stone? Duan Lingtian had only just soared into the sky when he heard Mou's voice transmission that was filled with bewilderment. Ask Peak Master Qin Xiang about this, she'll tell you. Besides that, bid farewell to Peak Master Qin Xiang for me. Duan Lingtian replied to Mou, then his entire body seemed to have transformed into a violet bolt of lightning that concealed himself above the clouds and mist in the blink of an eye. Mou sighed, and then he put down the matter at hand and went to Alcade Hall to look for Qin Xiang. He'd only just approached Alcade Hall when he felt the dense spirit energy of heaven and earth that assaulted his face, and he knew clearly in his heart that this was the spirit point that Duan Lingtian had moved to the 7-star sword sect. Senior brother has really done it. Although he was mentally prepared since long ago, but when he really felt the dense spirit energy of heaven and earth, Mou's heart was still filled with shock. In his eyes, senior brother Duan Lingtian seemed as if he was omnipotent, as if there was nothing that he couldn't do. Sect leader. Qin Xiang lightly nodded in greeting when she saw Mou arrive. Martial Aunt Qin Xiang, you don't have to call me sect leader in private, you can just call me Mou like before. Mou spoke respectfully. Qin Xiang nodded. Martial Aunt Qin Xiang, before senior brother left, he left it to me. Mou looked at Qin Xiang and spoke slowly. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Qin Xiang. What did you say? Duan Lingtian has left? Yes. Mou nodded. He didn't even bid farewell to me before leaving. Qin Xiang's beautiful brows slightly knit together. Martial Aunt, before senior brother left, he asked me to bid farewell to you on his behalf. Mou didn't forget Duan Lingtian's instructions and spoke hurriedly. Subsequently, Mou changed the topic, or more precisely speaking, he once again changed the topic back to the question he wanted to ask earlier. Martial Aunt, do you know what a low-grade origin stone is? Low-grade origin stone? How would I know? Qin Xiang didn't listen seriously to Mou's words, and only when she spoke halfway did she react to it, and a shocked expression appeared on her face. What did you say? You said origin stones? Qin Xiang's gaze stared fixedly at Mou as she spoke. Yes. Mou nodded, and then he withdrew a spatial ring that he hadn't had the time to establish ownership over. Senior brother said that he placed 3. Mou hadn't finished speaking when the spatial ring in his hand was seized away by Qin Xiang, and she directly dripped blood on it to establish ownership. After establishing ownership over the spatial ring, Qin Xiang commanded with her heart, and the space within the spatial ring appeared before her eyes. This. So many origin stones? With just a glance, her pupils couldn't help but constrict, and she slightly lost her composure as she cried out in a low voice. Within the spatial ring, origin stones that were piled up into a mountain were at least a few tens of thousands. Senior brother said that there are 30,000 low-grade origin stones within. Me, martial aunt, and senior brother Zheng Song will each take 10,000. Mou saw Qin Xiang lose her composure, and for a time, he faintly realized that the low-grade origin stones ought to not be an ordinary thing. Otherwise, how could it cause martial aunt Qin Xiang to lose her composure like this? Martial aunt, what exactly are these low-grade origin stones? Mou asked once more. Qin Xiang's eyes flashed, and only now did she explain to Mou what origin stones were and their uses. For a time, Mou was stunned. So it turned out that origin stones were a type of supplementary thing that was capable of allowing one's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, and even the Darkstone Empire didn't have it. Only the Darkhan dynasty had an origin stone vein, and it was controlled in the hands of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Why does senior brother have so many origin stones? Mou sucked in a cold breath. At this moment, Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know of Mou's shock, and after he left the Seven-Star Sword sect, he headed all the way south with the intention of returning to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Presently, the matter with the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom can be considered to have been completely resolved. Moreover, father and mother aren't in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. After I catch up with Xiaoyu, Tianhu, Li Xian, and the others, I ought to leave with Uncle Feng, Tianwu, and Elder Kong to return to the Darkhan dynasty. Duan Lingtian thought silently in his heart. Not long after he left the Seven-Star Sword sect, Duan Lingtian stopped in midair. Because a middle-aged man in golden robes was standing in midair in the distant sky, and he stood there like a pole. The middle-aged man had his back facing Qin Shi, and the divine dragon embroidered on his golden robe was especially conspicuous. Dragon robe? Chapter 745. Duan Ling Tian was not unfamiliar with the term dragon. In his previous life, when he was still on Earth and was still the soldier specialist, Ling Tian, the people in the ancient eastern country where he was from had another title. The descendant of the dragon. He was the descendant of the dragon. Of course, the dragons in his previous life were mostly deified. At the very least, before he came to this world, he did not believe in the existence of dragons. The dragons in the legends in my previous life were the 3-clawed divine dragon, 4-clawed divine dragon, 5-clawed divine dragon. However, the 5-clawed divine dragon seemed to be the limit of dragons. I've never heard of the existence of a 6-clawed divine dragon. In the ancient eastern country where he was from in his previous life, the more claws a dragon had, the higher its status and identity. Just like the dragon robes in his previous life. Only the high and mighty emperor could wear a dragon robe embroidered with a 5-clawed divine dragon. Even if those kings and princes wore dragon robes, they would only have 3-clawed divine dragons or 4-clawed divine dragons embroidered on it. It was far from being comparable to a 5-clawed divine dragon. A 6-clawed divine dragon. I've never seen or heard of it before. Looking at the back of the middle-aged man wearing the 6-clawed divine dragon robe in front of him, a trace of surprise flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Then, he ignored the other party and prepared to go around him. However, when Duan Lingtian went around him and prepared to leave, whoosh! A gust of wind blew in front of Duan Lingtian, and a figure appeared out of thin air in front of him. It was a figure wearing a 6-clawed divine dragon robe. Looking at the middle-aged man standing in front of him with a calm expression, Duan Lingtian frowned. He suddenly realized that the middle-aged man's target seemed to be him. "Who are you?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. At the same time, he seriously sized up the middle-aged man wearing the 6-clawed divine dragon robe in front of him. Since he dared to wear the 6-clawed divine dragon robe, there was no doubt that this person was ambitious and wanted to be above the emperor. The middle-aged man's appearance couldn't be considered to be handsome, but he was very upright. He had a square face that was serious in speech and manner, and he had thick eyebrows and large eyes. He calmly looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze as if he was looking at thin air. The middle-aged man did not answer Duan Ling Tian's question. He looked Duan Ling Tian from top to bottom and nodded. Indeed a good seedling. Duan Ling Tian frowned as he didn't know what the middle-aged man meant by this. At that moment, he could not help but extend his spiritual energy, Duan Divine Dragon Robe. However, when Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force flashed towards the middle-aged man, before it could even approach him, it was as if it had touched a ball of cotton, and it was powerless. This, in an instant, Duan Ling Tian's pupils could not help but shrink, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. There were only two possibilities for someone whose background he could not see through with his spiritual power. Firstly, the other party was a void interpretation stage expert that had comprehended void transformation concept, which was also advanced concept. Secondly, the other party was a void transformation stage expert. No matter which possibility it was, the person in front of him was not someone he could deal with right now. He knew this very well. Now, the feeling this middle-aged man in the six-clawed divine dragon robe gave him was no different from the feeling Feng Wu Dao gave him back then. Inscription Master? The middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian in surprise. It seems that I have underestimated you. Being able to possess such strength and coupled with being an inscription master. In the history of the Darkhan dynasty, there was practically no one that could compare to you in terms of natural talent in the martial Dao. Who are you? Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised that the middle-aged man recognized his identity as an inscription master. He urgently wanted to know the identity of the middle-aged man and the reason for the middle-aged man's visit. He didn't believe that an expert like this would personally come to look for him and only come to chat with him. There was surely an even more important matter, otherwise, why would an expert like this come personally? You swear by the 99 heavenly tribulation that you'll be loyal to me in the future and absolutely not disloyal. The middle-aged man didn't answer Duan Ling Tian and instead spoke word by word. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. You want me to swear? Swear loyalty to you? In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian reacted to the middle-aged man's words and couldn't help but laugh. Who do you think you are? Swear loyalty to you. Laughable. Otherwise, die. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man finished speaking the words from before, and his pair of calm large eyes instantly shot out frightening cold lights that swept towards Duan Ling Tian like blades. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian felt a strong aura sweep over, and it pressed down on him to the point his face went ghastly pale and he was unable to catch his breath. However, even when facing the strong aura that stretched out from the middle-aged man's body, Duan Ling Tian still stood ramrod straight and would rather die than bend. What's your objective? Speak frankly. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. He didn't think that the middle-aged man had come to look for him just to take him as a slave. In the depths of the middle-aged man's eyes, he saw a trace of an inconspicuous burning light, and it was the flowing light of desire. It was obvious from this that the middle-aged man had surely come to look for him with ulterior motives. A dead person doesn't need to know too much. The middle-aged man spoke indifferently as he abruptly took a step forward and approached Duan Ling Tian slightly. Whoosh! At practically the same time, Duan Ling Tian felt the aura that pressed down on him instantly rise by a few degrees, and it was as heavy as Mount Tai. However, Duan Ling Tian continued to grit his teeth and persevere. He didn't move an inch and had no intention of bending. It wasn't that Duan Ling Tian didn't want to resist, but under this strong aura, he simply didn't dare to divert his attention and circulate his yuan power. Otherwise, he would definitely be injured. Most importantly, even if he did circulate his yuan power, he wouldn't be able to escape under the middle-aged man's nose, let alone defeat him. Tactless thing. I'd like to see how tough your bones are. The middle-aged man's voice was cold as he took another step forward. Instantly, his aura increased even more. Whoosh! the incomparably powerful aura rose once again. It was as if it had transformed into a huge mountain that pressed down on Duanling Tian. It pressed down on Duanling Tian to the point his body started to tremble slightly. His face was even ghastly pale to the extreme. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and looked in surprise at Duanling Tian, who was still persevering, and then took another step forward. Bang! At practically the instant the middle-aged man's foot landed, Duanling Tian felt an even more terrifying aura blast towards him. This time, it was difficult for him to forcefully resist. Pooh! Duanling Tian was shaken to the point he spat out a mouthful of blood, but his body barely held on and didn't bend down in front of the middle-aged man. Seeming to be shocked by Duanling Tian's unyielding character, the middle-aged man revealed an astonished expression, and then he said in a low voice, "I have to say, I slightly admire you. How about this? I'll give you one last chance. Either die, or swear to be my servant." Humph. Duanling Tian grunted coldly and used his attitude to reply to the middle-aged man. "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." The middle-aged man's expression instantly became gloomy, and he raised his foot and prepared to take another step forward. He wanted to use his powerful aura to completely crush Duanling Tian. With this step, a milky white flame that shot into the sky skyrocketed from the middle-aged man's body, and the flame was extremely material, as if it was a real flame. At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth roiled above the middle-aged man, and the air in that expanse of space seemed to have been completely sucked out at this moment. The ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky gradually took form, and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws in an aggressive manner. In next to no time, the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky stabilized, and there was a total of 200 of them. Merely the strength that erupted from his origin energy was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons, and it was precisely the symbol of a first-level void transformation stage expert. Obviously, this middle-aged man that wore a dragon robe with a six-clawed divine dragon was a true void transformation stage expert. "Are you so sure that I'll surely have the thing you want with me?" The middle-aged man's foot hadn't even landed when Duanling Tian looked calmly at the 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above the middle-aged man and spoke slowly. As expected, the middle-aged man withdrew his foot as soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking. At the same time, the imposing aura that enveloped Duanling Tian was withdrawn by him, and the flames formed from the origin energy that skyrocketed on his body gradually extinguished as well. In the sky, the 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes dispersed along with this, and it was as if they'd never appeared. "You know that I've come for the thing in your possession?" The middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he asked slowly. "What else?" "You're a void transformation stage expert. Could it be that you've really taken a fancy to me, a void initiation stage martial artist, and want me to be your servant?" Duanling Tian sneered, and his deep gaze seemed as if it could see through the middle-aged man. "Even though you're only a void initiation stage martial artist now, but with your natural talent, you'll be able to break through to the void transformation stage one day. There ought to be no one that would refuse a void transformation stage servant." The middle-aged man spoke coldly. "So, the two paths you gave me were actually all for that thing. Either I swear to be your servant and survive, but hand that thing over to you, or I die and you directly take that thing away." Duanling Tian's expression didn't change as he stared fixedly at the middle-aged man. "Is it like that? You're very smart. But unfortunately, smart people usually don't live long." The middle-aged man's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. "Is that so?" Duanling Tian suddenly started laughing when he heard this, and his laughter was bright and sunny. "What are you laughing at?" The middle-aged man frowned. "Nothing. I'm just curious, what expression will you have when you kill me and notice that there's nothing you want within my spatial ring?" Duanling Tian shrugged as he spoke indifferently. "You know what I want?" the middle-aged man asked. "If I'm not wrong, the thing you want ought to be that broken stone tablet I used in the dynasty martial competition not long ago." Duanling Tian glanced deeply at the middle-aged man before continuing. "But, do you think I'd carry such an important thing with me?" The members of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family wouldn't really be so stupid, right? You know I'm a member of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family? The middle-aged man's expression that had always maintained a calm expression was finally moved. Chapter 746. The middle-aged man's reply caused Duan Lingtian's eyes to be unable to help but narrow. Sure enough, he'd guessed correctly. Actually, what he said earlier was only his own guess, and he didn't dare confirm it. Even though the middle-aged man was a void transformation stage expert, and there were only 2 people in the Darkhan dynasty that had broken through to the void transformation stage. One of them was the publicly acknowledged number 1 expert in the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. The other person was the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao. It was precisely because of this, and coupled with the fact that the middle-aged man wore a 6-clawed divine dragon robe, he'd guessed this. After he had this guess, he started to recall the reason the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family made a move against him. No matter how he thought about it, only the Devil Seal tablet was capable of making the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family not hesitate to sacrifice him. After all, he was the first in the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition this time, and he was bound to be able to strive for extremely great honor and generous rewards for the Darkhan dynasty in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that was almost a year from now. Under this precondition, the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family still made a move against him, and it undoubtedly indicated that the value of the thing they wanted to obtain from him far exceeded the benefits they could obtain from the powers of the foreign lands that held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Obviously, only the Devil Seal tablet was capable of moving the Darkhan dynasty to such an extent. This wasn't difficult to guess. Of course, all of this was only his guess, and he only knew that he'd guessed correctly when the middle-aged man replied. The middle-aged man was precisely from the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, and he was the guardian of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family and the strongest existence in the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. In the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, this person's seniority was supposedly above the emperor, and even the emperor had to respectfully address him as Grand Imperial Uncle. Supposedly, this person was an influential figure in the Darkhan dynasty a few tens of years ago, and he was publicly acknowledged as a rare genius of the Darkhan dynasty. Later on, he concealed himself deep within the palace and didn't pay attention to the matters of the world. According to the rumors, he might have already successfully broken through to the void transformation stage now, and he was the number 1 expert in the Darkhan dynasty. Not only do I know that you're a member of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, I even know that you're called by Nan Xiang, the guardian of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Duan Lingtian tried his best to maintain a calm expression, but a chill rose in his heart for no reason. Although he had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, a void transformation stage expert was no stranger to him. But he was only a 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist now after all, and before a void transformation stage expert that was filled with hostility towards him and even wanted to kill him, he couldn't help but feel terrified in his heart. Even though the young man was a 1st-level void transformation stage martial artist that was the weakest amongst void transformation stage experts, he was an existence that was like a god before a 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist like him. The gap between him and the other party was like a chasm. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be no different from killing an ant. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian felt that he was already very calm. If it was another 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist, that martial artist would have probably been terrified to the point of falling limp on the ground. To be able to guess my identity so easily, your intelligence is truly astonishing. I'm becoming more and more reluctant to kill you. How about this? Hand over that thing and swear to never go against the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, and I can spare your life. Bai Nanxiang spoke indifferently, and it was as if the condition he spoke of was already the greatest concession he could make. Ha 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 ha, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he'd heard an enormous joke when he heard Bai Nanxiang, and he couldn't refrain from laughing loudly. Under Bai Nanxiang's gloomy gaze, his laughter gradually restrained. I say, are all members of your Darkhan dynasty's imperial family so overbearing? You seized something of mine, yet you don't allow me to go against all of you? I'm truly sorry. I'm really unable to do this. Otherwise, why don't you kill me? After that, you can slowly go look for that thing yourself? Duan Lingtian spoke fearlessly. Bai Nanxiang frowned when faced with Duan Lingtian's fearlessness, and he thought in his heart. Could it be that that thing really isn't in his possession? At this moment, Bai Nanxiang was slightly shaken. Actually, when he spoke those words earlier, he only wanted to probe if that thing was in Duan Lingtian's possession, and he'd never thought of really letting Duan Lingtian go. As far as he was concerned, so long as he didn't swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation, he could go back on his word at any time and kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's calmness and natural talent caused him to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. To think that he, Bai Nanxiang, had roamed freely for half his life, yet it was the first time he'd encountered a person that caused him to feel such feelings. He knew that Chen Shi was an extremely dangerous figure, and he wouldn't allow Chen Shi to live. Stop trying to be mysterious. That thing is surely in your possession. Bai Nanxiang's eyes squinted abruptly as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and he sneered. As he spoke, Bai Nanxiang took a step forward as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed once more. This time, strands of deep violet-colored thunderbolts appeared within the origin energy that raged like flames on Bai Nanxiang's body, and they ceaselessly moved about within the origin energy, causing him to seem like a god of lightning that had descended to the world. Whoosh! At the same time, 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Bai Nanxiang, and then another 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. First level advanced lightning concept. Duan Lingtian's eyes raised as strands of scorching flames leaped about in the depths of his gaze. Looks like this Bai Nanxiang broke through to the void transformation stage with his void transformation lightning concept. Even though it's only the first level of void transformation lightning concept, it's a void transformation concept at any rate, and it has already condensed into a concept fragment. Void transformation concept was the advanced concept. A concept at this level had already condensed into a material concept fragment within the body of the person that comprehended it. Whereas there was obviously a first-level advanced lightning concept fragment within Bai Nanxiang's body. If I'm able to kill him, then I'll be able to obtain the concept fragment within his body. The lightning concept fragment just happens to be able to assist my lightning concept to improve swiftly. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's breathing couldn't help but become hurried. The lightning concept he'd comprehended was only elementary lightning concept, and he'd only comprehended it to the third level. If he was able to obtain an advanced lightning concept fragment, then his comprehension of lightning concept would be able to catch up to his comprehension of wind concept at the quickest speed possible. At the same time, Duan Lingtian had his hands behind his back as he stood there proudly, and he looked calmly at Bai Nanxiang, who was prepared to make a move at any moment. Since you think like this, then you can make a move and kill me right now. Duan Lingtian revealed a brilliant and confident smile as he spoke. It was precisely this smile that caused Bai Nanxiang to hesitate once more. Actually, even now, Bai Nanxiang was still probing Duan Lingtian, as he wanted to confirm if that thing was in Duan Lingtian's possession. If that thing really wasn't in Duan Lingtian's possession, then it was very likely that he would never be able to find that thing after he killed Duan Lingtian. This wasn't something he wanted to see happen. Duan Lingtian was naturally clearly aware of Bai Nanxiang's current thoughts, and he was only stalling for time. Now, he wasn't able to confirm if Bai Nanxiang would act out of desperation and make a move to kill him. A talisman paper appeared out of thin air in his hand that was behind his back, and it was precisely one of the 3 talismans his father, Duan Ruffing, had left him. Those 3 talismans that are stacked together might be able to save your life 3 times in the future. In Duan Lingtian's mind, he still remembered the message his father left behind on the voice transmission jade slip. According to what his father said, a single talisman was able to save his life once. As for the effect of the talisman, he didn't know the slightest, and he only knew that he had to use it on his opponent. No matter what, I don't have any other choice now. I hope the talisman father left behind for me is really useful. Now, Duan Lingtian was grasping at straws. It was entirely because he believed in his deadbeat father that he'd made this choice. Of course, this was his only choice at the moment. Who knew if this void transformation stage expert of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family would fly into a rage out of humiliation and directly kill him? If he didn't use the talisman before being killed by the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, then he would really have died too unjustly. No matter what, he wasn't willing to die unjustly. "Father, don't harm me." Duan Lingtian's hand that held the talisman lightly trembled, and his forehead had already started to overflow with some cold sweat, and it was cold sweat that appeared because of his perturbed state. Presently, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with perturbed state. He knew clearly in his heart that his following actions were no different than an ordinary person that didn't know how to fly and was walking on a tightrope on a cliff. The slightest carelessness would cause his body to be smashed into pieces. This was the portrayal of him now. Actually, the reason Duan Lingtian was perturbed was mostly because of the memory Samsara Emperor Wu left behind for him. In the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, even though a formidable offensive inscription could kill, it was only limited to killing martial artists that hadn't comprehended concept. No matter how formidable an inscription was, it could only interfere with a martial artist that had comprehended concept, and it couldn't directly kill the martial artist. This was the iron rule of the art of inscriptions in Cloud Continent. Even if Emperor Wu was at his prime and possessed the formidable spiritual force of the Emperor Wu realm, the strongest offensive inscription he was able to inscribe was unable to directly kill a martial artist at the void initiation stage that had comprehended concept, and it could only interfere to a certain extent. Inscriptions weren't omnipotent. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian was perturbed. Even the inscriptions inscribed by Emperor Wu realm were unable to kill a martial artist at the void initiation stage. Could a strange talisman his father left behind deal with a void transformation stage expert? The gaze of Bai Nanxiang, who was originally slightly hesitant, abruptly lit up. Because he noticed that at this moment, cold sweat actually appeared on Duan Lingtian's forehead, and he even noticed that Duan Lingtian's arms were lightly trembling. As far as he was concerned, this was a display of Duan Lingtian's lack of confidence. "I was almost deceived by you. Looks like the thing I want is in your possession." Bai Nanxiang started laughing as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed once more. Waves of light thunderclaps resounded out ceaselessly along with strands of deep violet-colored thunderbolts flickering within his origin energy. Whoosh! Bai Nanxiang took a step forward and his entire body fell towards Duan Lingtian like a mountain, causing Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was about to be completely suffocated. Chapter 747. At practically the same instant that Bai Nanxiang took a step forward, Duan Lingtian made a move as well. Duan Lingtian's right hand that was originally behind his back suddenly skyrocketed with origin energy, and the vast origin energy coiled around the talisman in his hand before he tossed it towards Bai Nanxiang. Swoosh! The talisman itself was light as a feather, and even if origin energy was poured into it, it didn't possess any offensive strength when it flashed out. Bai Nanxiang was already rather surprised that Duan Lingtian dared to take the initiative to make a move against him. Right when the origin energy around his body condensed into a defensive light barrier, he saw a piece of paper that was light as a feather flashing towards him. After a short moment, it descended onto the defensive light barrier on his body and was blocked outside. "What's this?" Bai Nanxiang frowned. This strange piece of paper before him had something scribbled on it, and it actually caused him to feel a wave of palpitations for no reason or rhyme. Perhaps I'm thinking too much. Isn't it just an ordinary piece of yellow paper? Bai Nanxiang shook his head before raising his head, and his gaze locked onto Duan Lingtian once more as he prepared to kill Duan Lingtian. Right when he looked at Duan Lingtian, he noticed that Duan Lingtian's gaze was staring fixedly at him, and the sharpness of Duan Lingtian's gaze caused him to feel a slight chill run down his spine. It wasn't that he was afraid of Duan Lingtian, but he himself had this feeling for no reason or rhyme. Bai Nanxiang grunted lightly as he concealed the feelings in his heart, and killing intent suffused his face as he took another step forward. Whoosh! The origin energy and first-level advanced lightning concept on his body shook the air to the point the airflow in the air became chaotic, and gusts of violent winds slapped out in all directions with a vast impetus. Descend! Right when Bai Nanxiang was about to make a move and annihilate Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian's shocked shout suddenly resounded out. This shocked shout caused Bai Nanxiang to be subconsciously stunned. Right at this instant, his pupils constricted abruptly because he saw the inconspicuous piece of yellow paper before him had actually strangely vanished in the air in an instant. The next moment, he felt a piercing pain in the space between his eyebrows. His consciousness gradually blurred until it completely disappeared. Until the moment his consciousness was completely annihilated, Bai Nanxiang still didn't know what had happened. Whereas in the distance, Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck when he saw the scene before him. Along with his shout of the descend, he noticed that the talisman he threw out had instantly vanished in the air, and at practically the exact same moment, a bloody hole appeared between Bai Nanxiang's brows. After the bloody hole appeared, the origin energy on Bai Nanxiang's body and the lightning concept that was coiled within the origin energy were completely obliterated, whereas, he fell down along with Chen Shi, and his aura was completely gone. That's it? The scene before him caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to react for a long time. It wasn't until Bai Nanxiang's corpse fell down that Duan Lingtian finally reacted and hurriedly chased after it. In next to no time, he caught up to Bai Nanxiang's corpse and withdrew a violet-colored fragmented object from it. It was precisely the first-level advanced lightning concept fragment condensed within Bai Nanxiang's body. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian removed the spatial ring from Bai Nanxiang's hand. After he obtained the spoils of the battle, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a violet-colored flame with copper edges rose explosively from the center of his palm before descending onto Bai Nanxiang's corpse. Instantly, Bai Nanxiang's corpse transformed into ash in midair, and it drifted along with the wind before completely vanishing from this world. After he put away the spoils of the battle, Duan Lingtian stood on the spot without moving in the slightest. At this moment, his mind was filled with the numerous strange scenes that had occurred earlier. A dignified existence at the first level of the void transformation stage was so easily annihilated by the talisman his cheapskate father left behind. The scene from before gave Duan Lingtian a feeling as if he was dreaming. What talisman is that? It's too heaven-defying, right? After he returned to his senses, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. Earlier, he didn't see clearly how the talisman killed Bai Nanxiang. He only saw the talisman instantly vanish, whereas, at practically the exact same moment, the space between Bai Nanxiang's brows seemed to have been penetrated by something, and he was directly killed. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that all of this was surely done by that talisman, but because his strength was insufficient, he was utterly unable to capture the exact process of how the talisman killed Bai Nanxiang. The speed of the talisman was so swift that it had already arrived at an astonishing extent. It was even to the extent that Duan Lingtian noticed that the air in the area Bai Nanxiang was at earlier seemed to have no movement at all. What sort of speed was capable of causing the air to not be affected? Or perhaps, it could be said that the effect was extremely tiny, and he was utterly unable to notice it with his current strength. For a time, Duan Lingtian felt his scalp go numb. Where did father obtain these talismans? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his cheapskate father was so unfamiliar. At the same time, his heart was filled with bewilderment. There's obviously no trace of origin energy within father's body. Even if it was an expert like Emperor Wu, if he didn't resist the detection of my spiritual force, then I would normally be able to detect his origin energy with my spiritual force. But I can be sure that there's indeed not the slightest trace of origin energy within father's body. Duan Lingtian was unable to wrap his head around this after racking his brains, and he suddenly felt that his cheapskate father was even more mysterious. Logically speaking, it's impossible for father to not know the dangers of the world outside the Darkhan dynasty, but he still brought mother and Jianghu along to leave. Duan Lingtian recalled his father's departure and recalled the 3 talismans his father left behind for him and the mysterious exquisite jade box. Perhaps, during the 23 years father was missing, some unbelievable things had occurred to him. At the very least, I can be sure now that he's absolutely not a martial artist with a crippled dantian. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's thoughts continued to float away. The scenes of his father returning that day flashed past his mind one by one. From when he first met his father in the Duan clan estate to when he returned home with his father. And some things after that, he didn't miss anything. At that time, Duan Lingtian continued recalling, and unknowingly, he recalled the scenes of the Azure Forest Trisect's 3 guardian elders, including Zhao Ming and Tang Hua, descending to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. At that time, even though Peak Master Qin Xiang was present as well, she was far from being a match for Zhao Ming's group of 3. At that time, for the sake of protecting himself, he deceived Zhao Ming's group of 3 and said he knew the location of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and he intended to leave with Zhao Ming's group of 3 before waiting for an opportunity to flee. Of course, doing that was extremely risky, and the slightest carelessness would surely cause him to become a dead soul at the hands of Zhao Ming's group of 3. But he had no other choice at that time. However, right at that critical moment, a low and hoarse voice suddenly sounded out, and then the owner of the voice didn't make an appearance, yet easily suppressed Zhao Ming's group of 3 to the point they were unable to catch their breaths. Later on, under the ability of the mysterious expert that was sufficient to crush Zhao Ming's group of 3, even though Zhao Ming's group of 3 was unwilling in their hearts, they could only flee in defeat. At that time, Duan Lingtian only thought that the owner of the hoarse voice was a mysterious expert that lived in seclusion within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and the expert couldn't bear the sight of Zhao Ming's group of 3, so the expert saved him in passing. Now it would seem that it's extremely likely that the mysterious expert is father. At that time, I didn't think in this direction and overlooked an important problem. The owner of the hoarse voice had obviously intentionally suppressed his voice when speaking, and it was as if he wasn't willing to expose his true identity. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but guess, and the more he guessed, the more certain he was. At that time, father ought to have stayed within the courtyard and made a move. But, that level of ability seems to not be something an ordinary martial artist can execute. When Duan Lingtian thought up to here, he started to search through the memories related to Samsara Emperor Wu in his mind. In next to no time, his pupils constricted as he confirmed one thing. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, only a powerhouse who has stepped into the martial emperor stage is able to do that. Using his acute spiritual energy to control his origin energy to transmit his voice from a distance of several hundred meters away, and using his aura to oppress his opponent from a distance of several hundred meters. As he finished muttering to himself, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. Father, could it be that he's really an Emperor Wu expert? Duan Lingtian was completely dumbstruck. After a while, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and he recalled the scene when his deadbeat father, Duan Ruffing, had just returned. Perhaps, the reason I wasn't able to detect the origin energy in father's body at that time was because he utilized some sort of ability to intentionally conceal it. After all, Cloud Continent is so vast, and there's no lack of secret techniques that can conceal the aura of origin energy. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more he was sure of it, and then he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Looks like I've been completely deceived by father. Now, he was practically able to confirm that his father was most likely an expert at the Emperor Wu stage or above. I don't know what father went through in those 23 years, to actually possess such a shocking strength. Besides that, he was even able to leave behind such a heaven-defying talisman for me. Suddenly, 2 talismans had appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, and they were the only 2 talismans he had left. Wait! Suddenly, as if he'd thought of something, Duan Lingtian frowned and shook his head. If father is really an Emperor Wu expert, then why didn't he bring me along to the foreign lands? Is he really my father? He just left me to fend for myself in the Darkhan dynasty. As he finished muttering to himself, Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Even though it was only his guess that his cheapskate father, Duan Ruffing, was an Emperor Wu expert, he felt that his guess wasn't far from the truth. If it wasn't for his father possessing a shocking strength, how could he dare bring his mother along and leave the Darkhan dynasty to take a risk? Perhaps father wants me to stay in the Darkhan dynasty to gain experience and tempering. He said in the voice transmission Jade slip that they would meet in the future, and perhaps it would be in the outside world. What he spoke of ought to be the foreign lands. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. When he thought up to here, even though Duan Lingtian felt much more at ease, he still couldn't help but grumble. Father is too mean. If he's really an Emperor Wu expert, then shouldn't he bring me along and allow me to show off in the foreign lands? Who would dare offend the son of an Emperor Wu expert? Chapter 748. Duan Lingtian, who'd fused with the memories of 2 lifetimes of Emperor Wu, naturally knew how lofty the status of an expert like Emperor Wu was in the foreign lands. So long as it was a person that was related to an expert like Emperor Wu, then even if it was only an ordinary person, even a 9th-level martial monarch stage expert wouldn't dare touch him openly. Once Emperor Wu was enraged, a martial monarch would be killed and blood would flow into rivers. Emperor Wu's strength wasn't a joke. After grumbling in his heart for a while, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and didn't continue being entangled in this problem, and he instead moved his gaze onto the 2 talismans in his hand. I can be sure that there are no inscriptions within these talismans. I wonder where Father got this thing from. It's actually capable of directly killing a void transformation stage expert. When he thought of how Bai Nan Xiang had died at his hands earlier, Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart and couldn't help but feel slightly pleased in his heart. Bai Nan Xiang, the guardian of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, and he was even publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert in the Darkhan dynasty. Even Feng Wudao's reputation in the Darkhan dynasty wasn't as great as his. Yet it was precisely such an expert that had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. I wonder what level of martial artist this talisman can kill. If it's even capable of killing a martial monarch stage expert, then it would really be a waste this time. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and with a raise of his hand, he put away the 2 talismans in his hand as if he'd obtained a precious treasure. These were treasures that were capable of instantly killing a void transformation stage expert. The things Father left behind for me and the exquisite jade box. I wonder when I'll be able to open it. According to the message Father left behind, it seems that I'll only be able to find him after I open the exquisite jade box. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly, and he wasn't happy in the slightest because he had a father that was suspected to be an expert like Emperor Wu. Instead, he was slightly speechless. Even if you, as a father, want to temper your son, you shouldn't temper him like this, right? Disregard everything. What if he accidentally dies? The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the angrier and more speechless he became. He clearly had the opportunity to ascend to the heavens in a single bound, but he did not know what that cheapskate father of his was doing. He actually left him alone in the Darkhan dynasty and let him fend for himself. Forget it. In the past, before you came back, you didn't see me lacking in weight. Humph. I will make a name for myself and even surpass you in the future. Duan Lingtian said quietly. Of course, this was what he said to his cheapskate father, Duan Ruffing. After a while, after sorting out his feelings, Duan Lingtian continued his journey towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom. After I return, I'll first look for Xiaoyu, Xiaosun, and Tianhu to have a meal and catch up on old times, then I'll make a trip back to Aurora City. Duan Lingtian had a plan in his mind. Aurora City was precisely the city he went to after leaving Fresh Breeze Town all those years ago, and it was a city under the Swallow Mountain County of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The original Li family of Fresh Breeze Town, the Li clan, where his mother was born, was located there. In the blink of an eye, it's been many years since I've seen that damn fatty Li Xian. I wonder if he's gotten thinner. I'll also make a trip back to the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town to see the patriarch and the 5th elder. Duan Lingtian continued to plan his future itinerary. A few days later, Duan Lingtian rushed back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. After returning to the imperial city, he was not in a hurry to return to his own house. Instead, he went to the Xiao clan and found Xiaoyu and Xiaosun. Xiaoyu, Xiaosun, long time no see. Duan Lingtian smiled as he greeted the 2 of them. Duan Lingtian. Xiaoyu and Xiaosun revealed excited smiles when they saw Duan Lingtian, and they each pounced over to give Duan Lingtian a bear hug. You fellow, we found out from the Su clan that you'd returned some time ago, but when we went to look for you, you weren't there. I went out to do something and just returned. Duan Lingtian smiled. Since you came to look for us as soon as you returned, we won't fuss about it with you. Come, let's go drink. Xiao Sun smiled. Wait. Xiao Yu stopped Xiao Sun. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Sun looked at Xiao Yu in puzzlement. Duan Lingtian, I'll take you to see someone. She often talks about you. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian, and his face revealed a warm smile, and his eyes were tender like water. If someone who didn't know of the relationship between him and Duan Lingtian was here, they might think that he had a homosexual fetish. You fellow, could it be that you brought little Qian over? Duan Lingtian's eyes couldn't help but light up when he saw the tender feelings in Xiao Yu's eyes, and he asked with slight surprise. Little Qian was precisely Luo Qian. She was the younger sister of Lo Cheng, a companion that Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu met in the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. Lo Cheng died during the Genius Camp test, and in his will, he asked Duan Lingtian to take care of his younger sister, Luo Qian, on his behalf. Duan Lingtian did indeed treat Luo Qian as his own younger sister. Later on, because Luo Qian and Xiao Yu were in love with each other, she didn't return to the Li clan with him, and instead went to the Xiao clan. Thinking of that cute young girl from all those years ago, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but reveal a warm smile. When he saw Luo Qian again, Duan Lingtian was slightly unable to recognize her. That young girl of the past had completely vanished, and what replaced it was natural and unrestrained. In terms of appearance, Luo Qian couldn't compare to his two fiancées, and there were still girls like Feng Tianwu, Xiao Lan, and Princess Bai Yao, but she could still be considered a beauty. Looking at the beautiful woman who was holding the infant in swaddling clothes and sitting in the courtyard, Duan Lingtian said with a smile, Little Qian, long time no see. I didn't expect that you'd already be married to Xiao Yu, and even become a mother. Hearing the voice, the beautiful woman, who was concentrating on playing with the infant in her arms, hurriedly raised her head. When she saw Duan Lingtian, she had a pleasantly surprised expression. Big brother Lingtian. The two of them reminisced for a while, and then Xiao Yu, who stood at the side, said to Duan Lingtian with a smile, Our child is already 3 months old, and he still hasn't been named. Since you've returned, then give him a name. All along, not only had they been unable to surpass Duan Lingtian, they were even left further and further behind by Duan Lingtian. Yet now, Duan Lingtian said that Su Li's strength was stronger than his 2 years ago. After all, when Su Li left Paladin Academy and even the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, his cultivation was inferior to Duan Lingtian. Never had they imagined that Su Li would be able to catch up and even surpass Duan Lingtian. Even if it was only temporarily surpassing, it was still sufficient to shock them. In this way, the two of you passed through the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's genius competition together? Xiao Yu asked with a burning gaze. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. What was the outcome after that? You and Su Li arrived at the Darkstone Empire and advanced to obtain the qualifications to participate in the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition? Xiao Sun asked with slight anticipation. Not long ago, Su Li and I advanced in the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition and obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Chapter 749. Su Li has obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties as well? Xiao Yu's pupils constricted and he had an astonished expression. After he found out about Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, he wasn't surprised that Duan Lingtian had advanced in the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition. As far as he was concerned, even in the younger generation of the Darkhan Dynasty, a 9th-level void initiation stage expert could surely be considered as a top figure. But now, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard that Su Li had advanced in the martial competition as well. Duan Lingtian, what's Su Li's cultivation now? Xiao Sun asked with slight urgency. 8th level of the void initiation stage. Duan Lingtian said. Instantly, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were petrified, and when they recovered from their shock after a short while, they were slightly dejected. I truly never imagined that not only are you a freak amongst us, but even Su Li is a freak as well. But, why didn't Su Li return with you? Su Li went out to gain experience and tempering with his master. Duan Lingtian smiled. He even asked me to greet the two of you on his behalf. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun nodded with slightly complicated gazes. When they left the restaurant, Duan Lingtian carried one in each hand as he sent Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun back to the Xiao clan estate. After these two fellows found out about Su Li's current accomplishments, their moods seemed to have become slightly heavy, and subsequently, they ceaselessly poured wine into their mouths, and in the end, they drank until they were dead drunk. Duan Lingtian was able to slightly guess their thoughts. Just think about it. The companions that were almost on par with him in the past had now grown to a height that was difficult for him to reach. Although he felt happy for them, he couldn't help but be slightly sad. After leaving the Xiao clan estate, Duan Lingtian returned to his own courtyard house. After a good night's sleep, Duan Lingtian left the imperial city at dawn the next day, and Feng Tianwu followed by his side like a shadow. He was just intending to return to Aurora City to take a look. As for Feng Wudao and Elder Kong, they would stay in the imperial city and wait for their return, and at that time, they would return to the Darkhan dynasty together. With Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's speed, they arrived above Aurora City in half a day's time. Elder brother Duan, this is your old hometown? Feng Tianwu looked down at the small city below her and asked with slight astonishment. She never would have thought that big brother Duan actually came from such an inconspicuous and remote place. From this, it could be seen that big brother Duan's journey was definitely not easy. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. My real hometown is over there. It's a small town under this city. Come, let's go down. Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Tianwu as they descended, and the two of them walked into the streets and alleys of Aurora City. Unknowingly, they'd walked into the most bustling trade market in Aurora City. I wonder if that fellow is still here. Duan Lingtian thought of Tang Ying, the person in charge of Ghastly Shadow in Aurora City. He was the manager of the medicine store during the day and the Dark Azura at night. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian didn't see Tang Ying when he went to the medicine store. The owner of the medicine store had already changed, and he was the current person in charge of Ghastly Shadow in Aurora City. After he knew of Duan Lingtian's identity, he was respectful and reverent to Duan Lingtian. The highest leader of Ghastly Shadow, the dean of the Imperial City's Paladin Academy, Sima Changfeng, was Duan Lingtian's teacher. Many years ago, Sima Changfeng had given the order that Ghastly Shadow wouldn't accept any missions from people related to Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, it would be regarded as a betrayal of Ghastly Shadow. Duan Lingtian was slightly disappointed that he didn't see Tang Ying. When he'd just arrived at Aurora City from Fresh Breeze Town, Tang Ying had not only helped him a lot, but had even saved his life. He still remembered that when the Li clan's Grand Elder wanted to kill him, if it wasn't for Tang Ying's timely intervention, he would have died without a doubt. As he stood at the entrance of the Li family estate, Duan Lingtian's gaze was slightly absent-minded. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. The scene of him, his mother, and Kerr leaving Fresh Breeze Town and arriving at Aurora City was still vivid in his mind. Suddenly looking back, it was as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were stopped at the entrance of the Li family estate. I'm looking for Li Xian. Duan Lingtian said. You're looking for the seventh elder? After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the eyes of the few Li family members guarding the entrance lit up, and their tone became a bit more respectful. Seventh elder? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes wide. When did that damn fatty Li Xian become the seventh elder of the Aurora City's Li clan? Soon, under the guidance of the Li family members, Duan Lingtian saw Li Xian. Looking at the big fatty in front of him who was smiling with his small eyes, Duan Lingtian jokingly scolded, Damn fatty, so many years have passed. You haven't changed at all. Boss. When Li Xian saw Duan Lingtian, he was stunned at first, but soon after, his chubby face was filled with an excited smile. He directly threw himself at Duan Lingtian and gave Duan Lingtian a bear hug. "Boss, you're finally back. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime." Li Xian's small eyes were completely moist. "That's enough. How old are you?" "Still crying endlessly. It's rare for me to come back, and this is how you welcome me?" Duan Lingtian pushed away Li Xian's huge body and jokingly scolded. "Hee hee," Li Xian rubbed his head and laughed foolishly. Soon, his gaze fell on Feng Tianwu, who was beside Duan Lingtian, and his small eyes lit up. "This is sister-in-law, right?" "Boss, you're really amazing. This sister-in-law isn't inferior to the other two sisters-in-law." Feng Tianwu was originally standing at the side silently watching the two people who had been separated for a long time. When Li Xian suddenly looked at her and said such words, her beautiful face couldn't help but be dyed with a wisp of crimson. "Don't talk nonsense. This is Tian Wu, my friend." Duan Lingtian unhappily glared at Li Xian. "Miss Tian Wu." Li Xian was slightly embarrassed and hurriedly corrected himself, but his heart was clear like a mirror. "She's not sister-in-law now, but she'll surely be in the future. Looks like boss's charm is still the same as before." "Damnable fatty, how did you become the Li clan's seventh elder?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Hee hee. Boss, I became an elder by relying on my own ability." "Of course, unless an ordinary branch family disciple is as heaven-defying as you, boss, it's impossible for them to become an elder." "But who am I, Li Xian? I'm boss's underling, even the patriarch has to give me some face." Li Xian grinned as he spoke. "You're still the same as before, never serious." Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Li Xian and scolded with a smile. "You're going to be 30 soon. Why haven't you gotten married yet?" On the way here, Duan Lingtian had found out about Li Xian's situation from the Li family disciples, and he knew that Li Xian was still single. "Boss, do you think everyone is like you? That finding a girlfriend is as easy as drinking water?" Li Xian glanced at Feng Tianwu, who was beside Duan Lingtian, and muttered. "Enough, why are you complaining so much? Come, let's go find Lin Zhua and Lin Qi for a drink. After we catch up, I'll make a trip back to Fresh Breeze Town before leaving." As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian sighed. "I don't know when I'll come back again." Indeed. This time, Duan Lingtian wanted to leave the Darkhan dynasty and head to the northern desert that bordered the various dynasties in the foreign lands. From then on, he would ascend the stage of the foreign lands. In the future, he didn't know when he would return. "Boss, where are you going?" Li Xian heard the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. "I'll tell you when we drink later." Duan Lingtian said, "You go find Lin Zhua and Lin Qi now, I'll go see the patriarch. He's taken care of you all these years, and as the boss, I have to express my gratitude." After Li Xian left, Duan Lingtian informed Feng Tianwu and went to see the Li clan's patriarch alone. For the sake of expressing his gratitude, he left behind a grade 7 spirit sword. A grade 7 spirit sword was no different from trash in the eyes of the current Duan Lingtian, but in the eyes of the Li family's patriarch, it was a peerless treasure, and he took it to be a family treasure. After leaving the courtyard where the Li family's patriarch lived, Duan Lingtian brought Feng Tianwu along to eat and drink with Li Xian, Lin Zhua, and Lin Qi. Back then, he had very few friends in Aurora City, and besides Xiaoyu, he only had Lin Zhua and Lin Qi. After so many years, the youths from back then had already grown up, but that friendship was deeply engraved in their hearts and would never be forgotten. After drinking and eating to their heart's content and catching up, Duan Lingtian brought Tian Wu back to the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town and left behind some origin stones before leaving and rushing back to the Imperial City through the night. On the second day, Duan Lingtian paid a visit to all the seniors in the Imperial City, including the Dean of Paladin Academy, who was his former teacher in Paladin Academy, Sima Changfeng. Besides that, he also paid a visit to the Duan clan and the Imperial Palace. After he finished his business, he went to see the junior marquis, Nia Fun, and then left the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City with Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong. At this moment, the Divine Might Marquis Estate's Senior Marquis Nie Rong and Divine Might Marquis Nie Yuan had yet to return. Whoosh! In the sky above the Crimson Sky Kingdom, an enormous sword soared through the sky, and its target was the Darkstone Empire. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the enormous sword and finally heaved a sigh of relief. He'd been extremely busy these past few days, and now he finally had the chance to rest. After resting for a while, Duan Lingtian withdrew the 5th-level wind concept fragment he'd obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure that day, and he calmed his heart to comprehend wind concept. The pressing matter at hand now was to comprehend intermediate wind concept, or in other words, void interpretation concept. Only in this way would he be able to advance a step further and officially break through to the void interpretation stage. As for the thunder concept and earth concept, although he had the corresponding concept fragments in his hands, he could not be distracted when it came to comprehending the concepts. So he could only improve his concepts one by one. When the time came when his wind concept still progressed slowly even with the assistance of a concept fragment, that would be the time he comprehended other concepts a step further. Presently, his concentration was on the wind concept. Chapter 750. We've arrived. Suddenly, a voice entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in the comprehension of wind concept, and it caused him to feel as if he was jolted awake from a dream. Duan Lingtian woke up, and only now did he notice that he was already within a familiar gorge. When he saw the ball of air that was like a cloud and mist within the gorge, he completely reacted. This place wasn't unfamiliar to him, and he'd come here a total of 2 times in the past. The first time was with Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong. At that time, his target was the Soul Cleanse Pool. Later on, he found an underwater abode within the pool and obtained a soul brand, allowing him to grasp a soul skill that belonged to him, 1,000 illusions. The second time he came here was for the sake of fleeing for his life. At that time, he was held hostage by the traitor of the 7-Star Sword Sect, Zhao Ming, and the Azure Forest Trisect's guardian elder, Tang Hua, and he beat them at their own game and brought them here before trapping them within. Uncle Feng, Tian Wu, Elder Kong. All of you wait for me here, I'll come out after dealing with them. Duan Lingtian smiled to Feng Wudao's group of 3, and then he walked towards the ball of cloud and mist that was compressed together ahead. More precisely speaking, it was a completely sealed inscription formation, and the cloud and mist that was compressed together was only its appearance. When he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, Duan Lingtian had notified Feng Wudao and asked Feng Wudao to bring him here. Feng Wudao wasn't unfamiliar with this place, and he arrived here with ease. When he approached the ball of cloud and mist that was compressed together, Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and his acute spiritual force swept out to easily break open the ball of cloud and mist. More precisely speaking, he'd opened up the inscription formation. Whirlwind. The inscription formation hadn't been completely opened when Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that instantly entered into the inscription formation like a nimble rabbit. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian appeared outside the Soul Cleanse Pool once more, and his gaze shot towards the nearby area at the first possible moment. Over there were 2 old men with stubble all over their faces. They were ecstatic as they looked at the direction he came from. Their gazes were as if they had grasped onto a life-saving straw. However, the 2 old men's expressions quickly changed. When their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian, there was a hint of ruthlessness in them. Duan Lingtian. One of the old men shouted. His voice was filled with hatred. All these years, he had been trapped here, living a life worse than death. Usually, when he was hungry, he could only eat wild grass to satisfy his hunger. It was a world of difference from his previous extravagant life. Because of this, he had even thought of dying, but in the end, he didn't have the courage. Of course, the most important reason for him to continue living was to tear the brat who trapped him here into pieces. Originally, he thought that he would never have any hope of revenge in his life. However, today, not only had the inscription formation that trapped them been opened, but there was even a person who had entered. This person was the person he hated the most. Duan Lingtian. Today, I won't let you escape. You're dead for sure. The other old man seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that instantly arrived behind Duan Lingtian, and he attacked Duan Lingtian with the old man before him. Elder Hua, are you so sure? Duan Lingtian turned around and glanced deeply at the red-clothed old man behind him, and a wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. The red-clothed old man was precisely the former guardian elder of the Azure Forest Trisect, Tang Hua. It was even to the extent that Duan Lingtian had annihilated the Azure Forest Trisect. After he put away Tang Hua's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian turned around to look at the nearby old man that was dumbstruck, and his gaze instantly went cold. Zhao Ming. Duan Lingtian's voice seemed as if it came from the depths of hell, and it contained frightening coldness mixed within. At the same time, he took large strides and walked step by step towards the nearby old man, Zhao Ming, who had an extremely unsightly expression. Zhao Ming was one of the two great guardian elders of the Seven-Star Sword sect in the past, and he was called Elder Ming. Later on, when the Seven-Star Sword sect suffered a great calamity, Zhao Ming acted underhandedly against the strongest person in the Seven-Star Sword sect, Elder Xian, causing the situation that was originally in a deadlock to become one-sided. The Seven-Star Sword sect was easily annihilated by the Azure Forest Trisect. At that time, when he'd just found out about all this, Duan Lingtian had the impulse to tear Zhao Ming into pieces. But unfortunately, at that time, his cultivation was far inferior to Zhao Ming. Yet now, he'd come. He brought along the blood enmity of all the dead souls of the Seven-Star Sword sect and a strength that far surpassed Zhao Ming to make a domineering appearance before Zhao Ming, and it was for no other reason than to take revenge. Within a spacious pavilion, within a spacious courtyard, a white-clothed young man fiercely smashed the teacup in his hand into pieces. Brother. Nearby, the beautiful young woman that was watering the flowers was shocked by the white-clothed young man. Yen, I'm sorry, brother accidentally smashed the teacup. The white-clothed young man was precisely Zishang, and he squeezed out a trace of a smile that was even more unsightly than crying to the young woman before returning to his room. Brother, the beautiful young woman, Zishang's younger sister, Ziyan, couldn't help but be slightly worried when she saw this scene, and she muttered. You're angry because of that Duan Lingtian again? When she thought up to here, a trace of helplessness flashed within Ziyan's beautiful eyes. After he returned to his room, Zishang's expression instantly went gloomy, and he grunted. That Duan Lingtian is really lucky, he's actually still alive now. Could it be that His Majesty didn't make a move against him? He left the capital for almost 2 months and missed such a good opportunity. Now, it's even more difficult to kill him. Zishang was slightly enraged, and he didn't know what the Dark Han dynasty's emperor was doing. At that time, after being instigated by him, the emperor had obviously aroused interest in the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. But now, after almost 5 months, the Duan Lingtian was still alive and well. There's no need to be impatient. Right at this moment, a ghastly and aged voice sounded out in Zishang's mind. Even if the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family doesn't make a move against him, could it be that you're worried you won't have an opportunity in the future? You're about to leave the Dark Han dynasty and head to the boundlessly vast foreign lands. Not to mention anything else, once you arrive at the foreign lands, so long as you spread the news that the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession can provide a 10% amplification to the powers of the foreign lands, they'll similarly be interested in the Devil Seal tablet. That Duan Lingtian won't be able to jump around for long. Spread the news to the powers of the foreign lands and allow them to obtain the broken Devil Seal tablet. Even though it's comparatively difficult for you to seize it back from them in the future, it's better than leaving it in Duan Lingtian's hands. The ghastly and aged voice continued to sound out, and it caused Zishang's eyes to light up as if he was suddenly enlightened. Elder Ghost is wise. I don't believe that the powers of the foreign lands would be as cowardly as the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Duan Lingtian, wait for my great gift to you. Unknowingly, the gloominess on Zishang's face had completely dispersed, and replacing it was a dense smile. But no matter how one looked at this smile, it caused one to feel slightly cold. Feng clan estate, within the estate within the estate. It had already been 2 days since he returned from the auction house the last time. During these 2 days of time, Duan Lingtian didn't take a step out of his room, and it was even to the extent that he didn't eat. Whoosh! Suddenly, the spacious room was instantly enveloped by a strong wind that arose out of thin air, and the strong wind ceaselessly swept out, causing the windows to intensely tremble and emit creaking sounds. Finally. Bang! The window at the side of the room was instantly pushed open by the strong wind. Subsequently, the strong wind seemed to have found an outlet and directly gushed out of the window, causing the flowers and plants in the courtyard outside the window to sway. Right at this moment, the strong wind that was powerless to continue gradually vanished. Whereas the strong wind that was interrupted was completely taken back by a person within the room. Chapter 759. On the other hand, when they saw Duan Lingtian gulp down a cup of blazer wine and speak such casual words, the gazes of many customers on the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion became slightly strange. This fellow is actually comparing the blazer wine with other wines? Moreover, he even dares to gulp it down? After all, with the strength of the blazer wine and its unique burning property, even an ordinary void interpretation stage martial artist wouldn't dare gulp it down directly. What an ignorant fellow. He actually dares to gulp down a cup of blazer wine, he's simply courting death. At a table nearby Duan Lingtian, an azure-clothed middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh with ridicule when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions, and he couldn't help but mock. According to my estimations, his internal organs have surely suffered a heavy injury, yet he's forcefully enduring it before a woman and doesn't dare reveal it. He's truly an idiot that values face more than his life. A blue-clothed middle-aged man that sat with the azure-clothed middle-aged man couldn't refrain from continuing. The gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian was filled with disdain, and his face even had an expression that said, "Kid, stop pretending, I've seen through you since long ago." "Elder brother Duan, you're really injured?" When she heard the sarcastic ridicule of the two middle-aged men, Feng Tianwu didn't have the time to be enraged, and she looked at Duan Lingtian with a worried expression as she said anxiously, "Elder brother Duan, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If only I'd told you how to drink the blazer wine since the beginning. It's all my fault." Duan Lingtian's slightly cold and indifferent gaze flashed past the two middle-aged men, and it transformed into gentleness when it moved on to Feng Tianwu. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Tian Wu, if I'm not wrong, there's another type of wine that can be ordered here. That wine is called glaze wine, right?" Duan Lingtian recalled the other half of the blue-colored light barrier that appeared after the inscription formation was activated earlier. Hearing that Duan Lingtian was fine, Feng Tianwu heaved a sigh of relief. Now that she heard Duan Lingtian's words, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Elder brother Duan, how did you know? Could it be that you've come to this ice fire pavilion before?" As soon as she asked this question, Feng Tianwu knew that her question was unnecessary. Based on Duan Lingtian's appearance before he arrived, it showed that he'd utterly never come to this ice flame pavilion. "Give me a pot of frost wine," Duan Lingtian said to Feng Tianwu with a smile. Feng Tianwu nodded, then withdrew another 10 mid-grade origin stones and slapped them into the 10 small holes. Along with the 10 origin stones flickering with a white light, the inscription formation was activated once more. The half-red, half-blue light barrier appeared once again. This time, Feng Tianwu pressed her hand onto half of the blue light barrier. Instantly, another wine tray that held a pot of wine and a wine cup rose up from the center of the table, and then it was pushed by Feng Tianwu to Duan Lingtian. "Elder brother Duan, this frost wine and blazer wine are two extremes. Its strength isn't inferior to the blazer wine, so you must not drink it like you did earlier," Feng Tianwu hurriedly reminded. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't reply. He naturally knew that the strength of the frost wine wasn't inferior to the blazer wine. The frost wine was similar to the blazer wine, and it contained a medicinal effect similar to spirit fruits, yet inferior to spirit fruits. If it was said that drinking the blazer wine was like swallowing a ball of scorching flames, then drinking the frost wine was undoubtedly like swallowing a mouthful of bone-piercing cold water. Moreover, it was the type of extremely cold water that was different from ordinary ice water. This caused the two middle-aged men to be even more perturbed, as they didn't know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Even though Duan Lingtian hadn't made a move until now, but since he dared drink the blazer wine and glaze wine like that and was fine, it undoubtedly indicated that his strength was extremely formidable. At the very least, it wasn't something they could go against. If Duan Lingtian wanted to kill them, then they would really be unable to resist. Right when the two of them felt extremely perturbed, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu instead. "Tianwu, give me 20 mid-grade origin stones." Feng Tianwu didn't say anything when she heard this and passed 20 mid-grade origin stones to Duan Lingtian. "Since it's like this, then please teach me how to drink the blazer wine and glaze wine correctly." After he obtained the 20 mid-grade origin stones, Duan Lingtian walked towards the table of the two middle-aged men as he spoke slowly. The expressions of the two middle-aged men instantly went pale when they heard this. "Sir, We overestimated our ability and had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Sir, drinking the blazer wine and glaze wine like that was right. It's our mistake, it's our mistake. The blue-clothed middle-aged man never imagined that the violet-clothed young man before him would reply to him like this, and he explained in panic. Really? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had already stood before the table of the two middle-aged men, and with a raise of his hand, he slapped 10 mid-grade origin stones into the 10 small holes on their table. In next to no time, a jug of blazer wine appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Yes, yes. How could the two middle-aged men dare deny it, and they hurriedly replied. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian took down the jug that contained the blazer wine, and then he raised his hand once more to slap the remaining 10 mid-grade origin stones into the 10 small holes. In next to no time, another jug of glaze wine appeared. The scene before them caused the two middle-aged men to be stunned. Their nerves were strained, and their minds were in a state of mush, and they were unable to react to what Duan Lingtian wanted to do for a time. On the other hand, the others including Feng Tianwu had instead guessed something, and they glanced at the two middle-aged men with gazes of pity. Are the two of you sure my method of drinking wine is correct? You wouldn't be deceiving me for the sake of making me happy, right? Duan Lingtian held a jug filled with wine in his hand as he narrowed his eyes to look at the two middle-aged men before him, and he asked once more as if he wanted to confirm it once more. No, no. The two of them spoke hurriedly, and they were anxious to the point of crying. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded with satisfaction, and then he placed the jug filled with blazer wine before the azure-clothed middle-aged man and placed the jug filled with glaze wine before the blue-clothed middle-aged man. Since both of you think my method of drinking wine is correct, then please do as I did earlier and drink these 2 jugs of wine in one go. How about it? Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face, yet when this smile entered into the eyes of the two middle-aged men, it was no different than the smile of a devil. The expressions of the two middle-aged men went grim when they recovered from their shock, and their pupils constricted as their bodies trembled intensely from fear. Now, they really wished for nothing more than to slap themselves. Drink like this violet-clothed young man? Wouldn't that be asking for their lives? What? Could it be that both of you feel that only a single type of wine is too monotonous? If it's like this, then I'll help both of you add more. Tianwu, give me another 20. Duan Lingtian spoke as he looked at Feng Tianwu. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was hurriedly interrupted by the two middle-aged men. When I came to the Darming Kingdom for the first time, my father brought me there. But my cultivation was low at that time, and I only watched him drink the wine there. Duan Lingtian nodded. As someone that had fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he naturally knew of some special wines, and not just anyone could drink them. Not to mention anything else, just the blazer wine and glaze wine he drank on the 7th floor earlier would absolutely cause certain death if it was consumed by a martial artist that hadn't stepped into the void-prying stage. After Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu ascended the 8th floor and caused the inscription formation at the entrance of the stairs to emit 2 clear sounds, the 2 old men that were guarding there were instantly petrified. They are both 8th level void initiation stage martial artists? The 2 old men couldn't help but gasp. Obviously, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had shocked them. Yet they didn't know that after Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu ascended the 8th floor, they didn't stay here and headed directly to the 9th floor instead. Only an old man stood at the entrance to the 9th floor, and his originally calm expression was slightly moved when he saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. 2 little kids, go look for your seniors if you want to ascend the 9th floor. The old man spoke slowly. Obviously, he didn't think that any one of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu was a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist, as the 2 of them were truly too young. Whereas if one wanted to ascend the 9th floor, the 9th level of the void initiation stage was a threshold. Thank you for the reminder, senior. But there's entirely no need for this. Duan Lingtian took the lead and passed through the entrance to the 9th floor before Feng Tianwu. A clear sound resounded out. The old man's expression instantly froze. Tianwu. After Duan Lingtian passed through the inscription formation, he turned around and smiled as he called out to Feng Tianwu. As far as he was concerned, he already possessed the qualifications to ascend the 9th floor, so even if Feng Tianwu was unable to pass through the inscription formation, it was fine as he could bring her in. But in next to no time, Duan Lingtian's smile froze as well. A clear sound entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from revealing a surprised expression. Tianwu. You've broken through? Never had Duan Lingtian imagined that Feng Tianwu had actually broken through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage. I broke through some time ago. Feng Tianwu smiled lightly. Elder brother Duan, let's go in. Where? Where did these two little freaks come from? The old man turned around, and his slightly dumbstruck gaze stared blankly at the figures of Duan Lingtian and Tianwu that were disappearing into the distance as he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had entered the lobby of the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. He didn't dare act presumptuously before the third prince. But these two young men and young woman that he'd never seen in the capital of the Darming dynasty dared to give him attitude. If it wasn't for the third prince taking a fancy to this woman, he would have flared up long ago. But unfortunately, Feng Tianwu still disregarded him. Haha. Right at this moment, a young man couldn't refrain from laughing. Monkey, looks like this young master of the Ho clan doesn't have much face. The third prince is still waiting for you, feel free to speak up if you need my help. Monkey, you've suffered a loss, right? You usually brag about how awesome you are, but I never imagined that you're only good at talking. Monkey, come back if you really can't. You can afford to lose face, but the third prince can't. All the young men and young women couldn't refrain from ridiculing the young man with a wretched appearance. The young man with a wretched appearance took a deep breath when he heard this, and his face was covered in a layer of frost as a fierce light flickered within his eyes. Even though he knew that these companions of his were only joking and weren't really targeting him, he still felt that he had lost face. The young man with a wretched appearance revealed a fierce light as he stared at Feng Tianwu and cursed via voice transmission. Stinking bitch, it's your fortune that the third prince took a fancy to you, don't be shameless. If you don't come with me to serve the third prince today, then I. But unfortunately, the young man didn't finish speaking via voice transmission in the end. Slap. A resounding slap sounded out, and the young man's head tilted to the side as a crimson-red palm print appeared on his face. At this moment, Feng Tianwu glared angrily at the young man with a wretched appearance, and her beautiful face was covered in frost. A single slap caused the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion to fall into deathly silence. The young man with a wretched appearance was stunned, and his companions were stunned as well. The other middle-aged and old-aged customers were stunned as well. As for Duan Lingtian, his eyes emitted cold lights as he stared fixedly at the young man with a wretched appearance. He knew clearly in his heart that it was surely this young man with a wretched appearance that said something to Tianwu via voice transmission and infuriated her. Otherwise, it was impossible for Tianwu to be so angry. Ha 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 ha. In next to no time, the silent atmosphere was broken, and it was some of the companions of the young man with a wretched appearance that couldn't refrain from roaring with laughter. Monkey, did you say something you shouldn't have said to that young lady? The third prince asked you to invite her over, why did you infuriate her? Exactly. You can't even handle such a small matter properly, yet you still have the nerve to say you're the third prince's friend? Chapter 763. Looks like you don't want to be a human anymore. A short sentence from Duan Lingtian caused the expressions of the 11 young men and young women including Ho Jun to go pale, and all of them were infuriated by Duan Lingtian. Attack together! Someone suddenly shouted out, and the group of young men and young women pounced towards Duan Lingtian with tacit understanding. For a time, the sound of air exploding rose and fell in the sky without end. In the sky, ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky condensed into form, and they revealed a menacing aura. Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm as he faced the young men and young women that assaulted him from all directions, and his eyes squinted abruptly before a dim light flashed within them. 1,000 illusions. In an instant, Duan Lingtian cast his exclusive soul skill. An illusory space appeared out of thin air and enveloped an area of over 10 meters with Duan Lingtian at the center. Even though it enveloped Feng Tianwu within it, it didn't target Feng Tianwu. So Feng Tianwu wasn't affected by it. Then, an inconceivable scene appeared. The group of young men and young women that were originally pouncing towards Duan Lingtian turned around when they were about to touch Duan Lingtian, and they entered into a chaotic battle. "Kid, I'll kill you!" Ho Jun shouted out explosively as his uninjured hand punched out, and it smashed onto one of his companions and injured him. Bang! Subsequently, Ho Jun was struck as well. Bang! 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 The chaotic battle continued like a raging fire. Tian Wu, let's continue. Duan Lingtian completely disregarded the 11 young men and young women that were in a chaotic battle, and he raised his wine cup as he spoke to Feng Tianwu. On the other hand, Feng Tianwu had been shocked by the scene before her since long ago. What exactly did elder brother Duan do? She was extremely puzzled in her heart. At the same time that the scene before her caused her to be shocked, she felt a chill run down her spine because it was truly too strange. This situation feels similar to when elder brother Duan defeated Bai Hao. Feng Tianwu couldn't help but recall the scene she saw during the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition. At that time, Duan Lingtian defeated Bai Hao, and the circumstances were similarly strange. It wasn't just Feng Tianwu. The group of middle-aged and old customers on the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion were dumbstruck as well. What are these little ancestors that usually call themselves overlords in the Darming dynasty's capital playing now? Even the third prince had an incomparably solemn expression at this moment. His brows were filled with fear. Who exactly is he? Soon, the third prince left his seat. He didn't leave the Ice Fire Pavilion's 9th floor, but walked inside instead. There was a spacious private room on the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, and it was usually provided for the few people with the highest status in the Zhao clan to use and entertain guests. Ouch! Ah! Wah wah! Numerous miserable shrill cries rose and fell, and it wasn't long before only one of the 11 young men and women remained standing, whereas, the others had all fallen on the ground in a disorderly manner. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as the dim light in the depths of his eyes was restrained, and he withdrew his soul skill. Instantly, the illusory space shattered into pieces. What's going on? After the illusory space vanished, the group of young men and women that lay on the ground were completely dumbstruck when they saw Duan Lingtian was completely unharmed. Didn't I knock him down? I clearly punched his face and bashed him into a pig's head. Huang Chui, you. Why did you become a pig's head? After the group of young men and women glanced at each other, they finally realized a problem. The problem was that the person they'd injured earlier wasn't Duan Lingtian, but their own companions. Chapter 765. Master, this is the Feng clan's young Miss Tian Wu. As for this person, he's the good friend I mentioned to you, Duan Lingtian. Su Li brought along Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu to arrive before the middle-aged man and introduce them. Duan Lingtian? After the middle-aged man's gaze flashed past Feng Tianwu, it locked onto Duan Lingtian. You're that Duan Lingtian that obtained the first in the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition over half a year ago? Duan Lingtian greets Senior. The middle-aged man was Su Li's master, so Duan Lingtian couldn't be disrespectful. Moreover, this middle-aged man before him was absolutely the strongest person besides his father and Qing Nu that was by the side of the mysterious young woman, Han Xuanai. Qing Nu wasn't a human martial artist, and her strength was restrained, causing Duan Lingtian to be completely unable to see through her. As for his father, he was completely unable to see through him. He's indeed a good seedling. After sizing up Duan Lingtian for a moment, the middle-aged man nodded. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly and spoke to Su Li before returning to his original seat with Feng Tianwu. Now, the gaze Zhao Wei shot at Duan Lingtian was completely different. Earlier, he'd finally recalled it when the middle-aged man reminded him. Not long ago, he'd heard of the final results of the martial competition held by the nearby few dynasties, and he had some understanding of the person that obtained the first position in the martial competition of those few dynasties. The person that obtained the first position in the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition was a young man called Duan Lingtian. Supposedly, Duan Lingtian was a young man around the age of 25. Now, he'd completely confirmed it. The violet-clothed young man that sat before him was precisely that Duan Lingtian. You're Duan Lingtian? The third prince, Lu Hao, frowned and glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight fear. He'd heard of the person that obtained the first position in the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition in the past. As for Ho Jun and the other young men and women, they'd heard the middle-aged man earlier and knew that Duan Lingtian was the first in the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition. Instantly, their expressions became slightly unsightly. No wonder this young man's strength is so strong. It turns out he's the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Darkhan dynasty. So, you're the Darkhan dynasty's Duan Lingtian. Zhao Wei, Duan Lingtian's gaze was replaced Zhao Wei for the Lingtian Wu. Earlier, because he suspected that Duan Lingtian was a formidable demon, he was filled with fear towards Duan Lingtian, and he didn't dare arouse the slightest intention to go against Duan Lingtian. Now, after he found out about Duan Lingtian's true identity, his face sank slightly. Duan Lingtian, you've injured so many people of my Darming dynasty in my Zhao clan's Ice Flame Pavilion. Shouldn't you give my Zhao clan an explanation? Give the Darming dynasty an explanation? After he found out about Duan Lingtian's identity, Zhao Wei instantly became overbearing. What? You're not afraid of me? Duan Lingtian raised his head slightly lazily and glanced indifferently at Zhao Wei as he spoke lazily. You. Zhao Wei's face sank. Earlier, because he suspected that Duan Lingtian was a demon, so besides being courteous to Duan Lingtian, he was even slightly afraid of Duan Lingtian. Now that he was exposed by Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but be slightly enraged from embarrassment. Duan Lingtian, I'll say it one more time. Today, you either give me an explanation or lie down. As he finished speaking, Zhao Wei's clothes fluttered without any wind, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Explanation? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Zhao Wei. At that time, Duan Lingtian's cultivation would advance a step further, and he would break through to the void interpretation stage in one go. Breakthrough? Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes lit up as a smile appeared on her beautiful face, and she felt happy for Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, the tornado formed around Duan Lingtian's body revolved faster and faster, and in the end, it even caused the origin energy light barrier of the azure-eyed eagle to shake as if it would tear it apart at any moment. Qing, withdraw your origin energy light barrier. Allow him to stay outside. Feng Wudao said to the azure-eyed eagle. The azure-eyed eagle nodded lightly, and the origin energy light barrier instantly withdrew to only protect Feng Wudao and his daughter. As for Duan Lingtian, he was completely outside, and he welcomed the waves of piercingly cold strong winds that assaulted his face. But these strong winds hadn't even approached Duan Lingtian when they were completely minced into pieces by the tornado around him, and Duan Lingtian was safe and sound within the tornado. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's entire body and mind were immersed in the comprehension of wind concept, and he himself didn't know how long had passed. He only knew that he wanted to comprehend intermediate wind concept a step further. Unknowingly, he'd touched the threshold of intermediate wind concept, and he was only a step away in the end. Yet it was precisely this step that stumped him. At the beginning, no matter how hard he tried, it was useless, and he gradually couldn't help but be slightly discouraged. But later on, when he was disappointed to the point of wanting to give up, he was instead unintentionally successful, and it allowed him to take that final step. Bang! When he took this final step, Duan Lingtian felt as if he'd been enlightened, and waves of refreshing wind fused into his body from the pores on his entire body. After all the wind fused into his body, with a single thought of his, waves of awe-inspiring azure-colored strong winds arose around his entire body once more. Presently, even if he didn't utilize his origin energy, his wind concept wasn't much different from ordinary wind. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within. After he opened his eyes, the first thing Duan Lingtian did was to raise his head to look at the sky above him. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth had already condensed into form there. Numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes were gathered there, and they dashed out with extremely swift speeds along with him. A total of 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. First level intermediate wind concept. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He knew that he'd succeeded and smoothly comprehended intermediate wind concept, which was also commonly known as void interpretation concept. Comprehending void interpretation concept meant that he'd obtained the pass to enter the void interpretation stage. Elder brother Duan, congratulations. Feng Tianwu smiled as she congratulated Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile, and then he couldn't help but ask. How long has it been now? We've already left the capital of the Darming dynasty for 2 months. We'll be able to enter the northern desert very soon. Feng Tianwu spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and he looked down below for a moment, yet he noticed that everything that entered his eyes was gray and hazy, and because there was no sunlight, his line of sight was completely obstructed by the clouds and mist. Duan Lingtian nodded, and after he nodded to indicate to Feng Wudao, he closed his eyes once more, and the first level intermediate wind concept on his body was restrained along with this. The scene before her eyes caused Feng Tianwu to be slightly puzzled. Hasn't elder brother Duan already broken through in his wind concept? Why has he closed his eyes again? Could it be? Seeming to have thought of something, Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes squinted. Elder brother Duan wants to directly charge into the first level of the void interpretation stage. Feng Tianwu never imagined that Duan Lingtian's ambition would be so great. For a time, at the same time that she exclaimed with admiration, she felt a shapeless force that seemed to be urging her to quickly work hard in her cultivation. Instantly, Feng Tianwu sat down cross-legged before starting to cultivate and comprehend fire concept. Unknowingly, Feng Tianwu's body was suffused with origin energy, and when combined with fire concept, it actually transformed into material flames that were like real flames. If Duan Lingtian saw this scene, he would surely be greatly shocked. Because the fire concept Feng Tianwu executed now wasn't an ordinary elementary fire concept. Presently, her fire concept could already be material, and it also meant that she wasn't far away from first-level intermediate fire concept. She would be able to officially comprehend intermediate fire concept at any moment. Once that time arrived, Feng Tianwu's cultivation would advance a step further and attain the void interpretation stage. Feng Wudao stood at the side, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian from the beginning until the end. At this moment, he faintly sensed that the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body actually showed signs of breaking through. This kid Ling Tian is truly surprising. He has just comprehended void interpretation concept and is about to break through to the void interpretation stage. Presently, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in his cultivation, and the origin energy in his body was increasing at an extremely swift speed. Because he'd comprehended void interpretation concept, his origin energy that had already arrived at the limit of the 9th level of the void initiation stage was already able to increase once more. I'll rely on the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill to charge through the bottleneck in one go and break through to the void interpretation stage. With a command in Duan Lingtian's heart, his origin energy started to guide the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill that was accumulated in his body to assist his origin energy to advance a step further. At every moment, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly sense the origin energy in his body strengthening ceaselessly. A day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. The 5th day. Bang! Under the guidance of his origin energy and the extremely overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body had finally smoothly charged through the final bottleneck of the 9th level of the void initiation stage. After the bottleneck was charged through, the origin energy flowed throughout his body and underwent a transformation with an extremely swift speed. Not long after, the origin energy had completely transformed. Although the young woman by the young man's side had terror mixed within her eyes, her expression was extremely firm, and she was fearless at such a young age. Second young master, I'm sorry. The eldest young master said that you and the 7th young miss have to die. The black-robed person continued speaking, and the clothes on his body fluttered with the wind. But the black-robed person didn't make a move for now, because his gaze descended onto the azure-eyed eagle that was coming closer and closer to him. More precisely speaking, it descended onto Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Even though Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu felt that the pair of brother and sister were extremely pitiful and even aroused pity in their hearts, they didn't dare act rashly. That black-robed person was obviously an extremely terrifying expert, and even Feng Wudao might not be able to go against him. It was fine if they didn't interfere. Once they interfered, they might even pay with their lives. There was no need for them to take a risk for 2 strangers. Of course, perhaps Duan Lingtian would be able to kill this black-robed man if he utilized the talisman his father gave him, but he only had 2 talismans left in his possession, and 1 less talisman would be equivalent to 1 less life in the future. He wasn't generous to the point of being willing to utilize such a precious talisman for 2 strangers. But unfortunately, sometimes, things might not go as they wished. Stop! The black-robed person shouted out in a low voice, and a terrifying imposing aura swept out to instantly envelop the azure-eyed eagle, causing it to stop. the strength of the Skywolf fort was obvious. However, even though the three great clans of the ancient desert city were nothing before the Skywolf fort, any one of the clans wasn't something the 10 dynasties in the south could compare to. Once the experts of any one of the clans were to move out, it was sufficient to annihilate the 10 dynasties. The forces of the clans in the foreign lands were absolutely not something the forces of the 10 dynasties could compare to. In the ancient desert city, the Skywolf fort occupied an area with an extraordinary status that was impossible to shake. However, it was precisely because of this that the Skywolf fort rarely interfered with the matters of the ancient desert city. Everything in the ancient desert city, like the various businesses and the mid-grade origin stone vein, was shared and controlled by the three great clans. Moreover, 90% of the profits the three great clans obtained in the ancient desert city had to be handed over to the Skywolf fort. No matter if it was the Skywolf fort. The three great clans were the three overlords of the ancient desert city, and no one dared offend them. The tiger was sleeping, and the monkey was king. It was nothing more than that. Yet today, the eldest young master of one of the three great clans, the Dongwu clan, had led the Dongwu clan troops with the intention of killing 3 young men, and no one felt that the latter would be able to survive. They'd seen many similar scenes in the past. The outcome was more or less the same. Not a single person that had offended the Dongwu clan's eldest young master was able to survive. As far as they were concerned, today would be no exception. Thump. Suddenly, a figure flashed out, and it was the woman that was whipped flying by the Dongwu clan's eldest young master earlier, and she brought along her child to kneel on the ground. "Young Master Han, please don't hold a grudge against me and let them off." The woman spoke as she kowtowed and pleaded for mercy for Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and it wasn't long before her head was already bleeding. "Kill this lowly commoner." Right when Duan Lingtian and the others were shocked by the woman's actions and were unable to react for a moment, Dongwu Han shouted out coldly. "Shit!" Duan Lingtian was the first to react, and his face went grim. But unfortunately, it was still too late. The Dongwu clan general that stood on the back of the 9th level void initiation stage flying demon beast instantly made a move, and a vast palm print enveloped down to directly blast the woman and her child to death, causing blood to dye the ground red. The terrifying palm print descended onto the ground, causing numerous hideous cracks to be shaken open on the ground, and the cracks were dense and crisscrossed together like a spiderweb. "You! Damn it!" The scene before him caused Duan Lingtian to be completely stunned. Heavens! What have we seen? They saw that the 4 Dongwu clan generals that had just killed the 4 9th level void initiation stage demon beasts actually didn't have the intention of stopping after each of them killed a demon beast. The origin energy on their bodies skyrocketed as void interpretation concept fused into their origin energy, causing it to completely material. Subsequently, they pounced towards their former companions and started a bloody battle. The chaotic battle began here. Bang! 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 The 4 Dongwu clan generals seemed as if they'd gone mad as they madly attacked each other. After a short moment, all 4 of them were heavily injured. Even then, they still fought each other desperately, as if they wouldn't stop until they killed each other. Everyone including Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyong was stunned. Stop! Stop! Presently, Dongwu Han, who stood on the remaining 9th level void initiation stage demon beast that was shivering, had an extremely unsightly expression, and he ceaselessly roared at the 4 Dongwu clan generals as if he wanted to wake them up. But unfortunately, the 4 Dongwu clan generals only cared about killing each other, and they seemed as if they utterly didn't hear him. Why is it like this? Who can tell me exactly what the fuck is going on? Dongwu Han's expression was extremely unsightly. He utterly didn't know what was happening before him and why the 4 Dongwu clan generals would kill each other. Could it be that they've all gone mad? In next to no time, Dongwu Han's expression went grim. Because Duan Lingtian had already appeared before him, and Duan Lingtian, who had a calm expression, said indifferently. The Donghua clan's eldest young master, right? Kill him. Donghua Han shouted out explosively as he urged the demon beast beneath him to make a move and kill Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, the demon beast had only just pounced out when it was killed by the 3-foot-long blade condensed from Duan Lingtian's origin energy, and from the beginning until the end, it only spent the time of a single move. The demon beast perished and fell to the ground. On the other hand, Donghua Han was dumbstruck, and he stared blankly at Duan Lingtian as he said with slight disbelief. You're actually a void interpretation stage martial artist. Obviously, he'd only truly felt Duan Lingtian's true strength now, and it far exceeded his strength. Now, it's your turn. Duan Lingtian looked calmly at Donghua Han, and his eyes didn't contain the slightest emotion. You dare kill me? Let me tell you, if you dare kill me, then no matter who you are, no matter if you're in the heavens or the earth, you'll die for sure. Let me tell you, my grandfather is. Donghua Han's face went grim when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he threatened Duan Lingtian with words. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish his words. The old woman took a deep breath when she heard the old man, and then she said with a trembling voice, Clan. Patriarch, eldest young master. Eldest young master, what happened to the eldest young master? The aura on the old man instantly strengthened to press down onto the old woman, causing the old woman to break out in cold sweat as her body shivered. The old man's gaze was like a sword, and it seemed as if it could penetrate the old woman's body. Patriarch, my condolences. Finally, the old woman caught her breath and spoke with her head lowered. My condolences? The old man's body shook when he heard the old woman. Instantly, an extremely terrifying aura was emitted from the old man's body. In the next moment, waves of terrifying gales suddenly arose in the surroundings of the pavilion in the middle of the lake, and the gales grew faster and faster before finally transforming into numerous material wind blades. Swish. 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 The old man was enraged, and wind blades swept out to instantly mince the entire pavilion into pieces before crashing into the vast lake. The entire pavilion in the middle of the lake instantly ceased to exist. It wasn't just that, at this moment, the water in the entire lake was enveloped by numerous terrifying gales before sweeping up, and it seemed to have transformed into numerous roaring water dragons. At this moment, only the old man and the old woman weren't affected. The old woman lowered her head and didn't dare speak another word. She was able to deeply feel the monstrous rage of the patriarch, and she didn't doubt in the slightest that if she dared speak out of turn now, it was very likely that she would become the target of the patriarch's rage. Lead the way. The old man shouted out coldly as he raised his hand and brought the old woman along to instantly vanish in the sky above the vast lake. Meanwhile, the lake water that was seething in the lake recovered its calm once more. Who did it? Many higher-ups of the Donghua clan were gathered within the Donghua clan's audience hall, and they couldn't help but sigh when they saw the old man roaring as he charged in. The old man stood by the side of the corpse that lay on the ground, and his eyes flickered with a ferocious light as he looked at the corpse that had its throat pierced through. Don't tell me. All of you haven't found out who did it. The old man's words were filled with extreme icy coldness, and it caused everyone present to be unable to refrain from shivering. Patriarch, he's one of the eyewitnesses. In next to no time, the old woman that followed behind brought along a young man that had his head lowered to walk in, and she spoke to the old man. The old man's gaze that was like a sword descended onto the young man when he heard this, and his imposing aura swept out along with this. Bang! The spirit weapons used by the young geniuses of the 10 great dynasties that are participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties are at most grade 3 spirit weapons. So, besides the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, the devil seal tablet, and the grade 1 spirit sword that can't be used, grade 2 spirit weapons can't be used as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After Duan Lingtian broke through to the void interpretation stage, his origin energy had undergone a tremendous change compared to when he was at the void initiation stage. At the same time that his origin energy transformed, he was able to condense an even stronger weapon flame. In the past, Duan Lingtian was only able to condense a grade 3 weapon flame, the violet copper weapon flame. Yet now, Duan Lingtian was already able to condense a grade 2 weapon flame, the violet silver weapon flame. Relying on the lifetime of experience and ability in weapons refinement of the Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to easily refine a grade 2 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian had already gathered most of the materials required to refine a grade 2 spirit weapon while he was still at the Darkhan dynasty's capital. Whoosh! 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 With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian withdrew a large pile of materials and intended to start refining the weapon. Hiss! A strand of violet-colored flames abruptly sprayed out from Duan Lingtian's palm, and the surroundings of the flames were faintly coiled with strands of silver, causing it to seem extremely gorgeous. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian started refining the pile of materials. Profound methods of weapon refinement came easily to him. After around 3 hours, a jade-green flexible sword that was thin like a cicada's wing appeared in his hand, and its shape was extremely similar to the violet myrtle flexible sword. Origin energy flickered in Duan Lingtian's hand, and the jade-green flexible sword instantly became taut. Along with his origin energy fusing into the sword, the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky above him before finally forming the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. First, 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 24 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. An 80% amplification. Not bad. Duan Lingtian put away the grade 2 spirit sword into his spatial ring with satisfaction, then he opened the door and walked out to arrive before the pavilion's balcony before silently sitting there to get some fresh air. He gazed at the vast space that he occupied. The exceedingly vast Skywolf Fort. Duan Lingtian's gaze flickered. All along the way from Azurewood Town, he'd unknowingly grown from an ignorant youth to such a height, and he was even about to represent the Darkhan dynasty to compete with the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties. In the blink of an eye, I've already arrived in this world for over 10 years. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. During these 10+ years, he'd already completely merged into this world, and everything from his previous life on Earth had become an eternal memory. With the same power, even if he used an advanced Earth-class offensive martial skill and condensed origin energy to attack, in terms of speed, it would be far inferior to the radiant flash that was shot out from the divine dragon's eyes that was derived from the 9 dragons' radiant flash. Those 2 radiant flashes from before were too swift and too overbearing. Heaven-class offensive martial skill? Suddenly, a slightly surprised voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Suddenly, Feng Wudao had appeared on the balcony before the pavilion, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a surprised gaze. Uncle Feng. After pushing the huge rock back to its original position, Duan Lingtian flew out to descend by Feng Wudao's side. I originally intended to choose a heaven-class martial skill that's suitable for intermediate wind concept for you, but now it would seem that it's slightly unnecessary. The heaven-class martial skill you executed earlier ought to be a middle-class heaven-class offensive martial skill, right? As Feng Wudao finished speaking, the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with burning desire. Heaven-class martial skills were extremely difficult to come by. Even the Darkhan dynasty's Feng clan he was from only possessed a few low-grade heaven-class martial skills, whereas, because he'd traveled outside all year long, he'd collected many low-grade heaven-class martial skills. But they were all low-grade heaven-class martial skills. According to his knowledge, even the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family did not possess a middle-grade heaven-class martial skill, yet he never imagined that he would be able to see one in Duan Lingtian's possession. Middle-grade heaven-class offensive martial skill? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Feng Wu Dao. The 9 Dragons Radiant Flash he executed earlier was not a middle-grade heaven-class offensive martial skill, but a high-grade heaven-class offensive martial skill. The members of his Donghua clan had spent a few days of time, yet were actually unable to find out who and where the person that killed his grandson was. This caused him to be both furious and anxious, and he wished for nothing more than to go look for the person himself. Today, when he heard that someone had come to look for him and had news of the person that killed his grandson, he rushed over impatiently. Yes. Zishang nodded. So long as I can confirm that the person you speak of is the person I'm looking for, I can agree to any condition of yours that's within the ability of me and the Donghua clan. Donghua Lei's muddy eyes lit up abruptly as he spoke frankly. Patriarch Donghua, you're too kind. Since it's like this, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Zishang started smiling as he was waiting for these exact words. Speak. Donghua Lei spoke again with a tone that was filled with anxiousness. What he wanted to do the most now was to drag out the violet-clothed kid that killed his grandson, then give him extreme punishment and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Only in this way would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Patriarch Donghua, before I speak of that person, I want to ask you to swear an oath using the 99 heavenly tribulation. That is. Zishang looked at Donghua Lei as he spoke slowly. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by the old woman that stood behind Donghua Lei, and the old woman said angrily, Kid, you dare threaten our patriarch? It looks to me like you're tired of living. Zishang paid no attention to the old woman and looked seriously at Donghua Lei instead with a spurious smile. Donghua Lei raised his hand to stop the old woman, and then he looked at Zishang. Continue. Patriarch Donghua, please forgive me. I'm doing this for the sake of safety. Besides that, I'm willing to swear with my blood that if I'm unable to help you find the person that killed your grandson, then I'm willing to be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Zishang spoke resolutely. As he spoke, he didn't wait for Donghua Lei to reply before he pinched open his finger, causing a drop of blood to rise into the sky as he directly swore an oath. After a short moment, 9 thunderclaps descended from the sky. At the same time that it alarmed the entire Donghua clan estate, it entered into Donghua Lei's ears as well, and it caused Donghua Lei to reveal a smile. Little fellow, you're really not bad. Since you're so sincere, then feel free to speak frankly. What oath do you want me to swear with the 99 heavenly tribulation? Donghua Lei glanced deeply at Zishang. Patriarch Donghua is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. Patriarch Donghua, please swear that once I help you find the person that killed your grandson, you must hand over the spatial ring in his possession to me intact, and you're not allowed to use any method to take revenge on me. Zishang spoke frankly. All right. It was easy to add flowers to embroidery, but difficult to provide timely assistance. Elder brother Duan, don't forget. It wasn't only you that had a conflict with that good-for-nothing young master of the Dongwu clan that day. Feng Tianwu spoke seriously. Exactly. Since we started the trouble together, then we'll bear it together. Zhang Shouyong had a frank expression as he spoke fearlessly. So the three of you were his accomplices that day. Dongwu Lei's gaze flashed past Feng Wudao's group of three with awe-inspiring killing intent. Subsequently, he looked at Feng Wei who was by his side and suppressed the flames of rage in his heart as he said humbly, Vice Fort Master Feng, if it's possible, I want to take the three of them with me. Feng Wei didn't look at Dongwu Lei and said indifferently, you can only take a single person with you, this was our agreement from before. As for the other three, so long as they aren't in my Skywolf Fort, then whatever you do in the future is naturally unrelated to my Skywolf Fort. Feng Wei's words were extremely clear. Today, you, Dongwu Lei, can only take Duan Lingtian away, and that's the favor I've returned to you. As for the other three, so long as they're still in Skywolf Fort, you can't touch them. But once they leave Skywolf Fort in the future, then whatever you do, Skywolf Fort will absolutely not interfere. Dongwu Lei's eyes lit up when he heard this. Thank you for your guidance, Vice Fort Master Feng. Duan Lingtian, Vice Fort Master Feng ordered you to leave with me, why aren't you leaving? Could it be that you really want to disobey the orders of Vice Fort Master Feng? Dongwu Lei revealed a cold gaze as he stared at Duan Lingtian and spoke with a low voice. Old fellow, is there something wrong with your ears? Duan Lingtian sneered. I've already said earlier, I'm not a disciple of Skywolf Fort, and I don't have to listen to the orders of the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. Of course, if this Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort wants to push me, a guest invited by Skywolf Fort from the distant Darkhan dynasty, out of Skywolf Fort, then I have no objections. But at that time, I'm afraid there will be people that say. The Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort disregarded the reputation of Skywolf Fort for the sake of his own selfish desires and wants to force a guest invited by Skywolf Fort to death. Duan Lingtian especially emphasized the word guest. What a formidable mouth. Feng Wei's calm expression finally changed, and a strand of imperceptible cold lights flashed within his eyes. Kid, you're courting death. The three disciples of Skywolf Fort were instantly enraged when they saw Duan Lingtian still dared to be presumptuous before the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, and they pounced towards Duan Lingtian in unison. Duan Lingtian didn't have the slightest strength to fight back when three 7th-level void interpretation stage experts made a move. Humph. Right at this moment, Feng Wudao made a move. Perhaps, they could be considered to be outstanding existences in their respective dynasties. But now, they weren't just competing with the young geniuses of their own dynasties, they had to compete with the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties as well. Even if you were the #1 expert in the younger generation of your dynasty, you didn't dare say that you would surely be stronger than the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties. In the blink of an eye, it was the day before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began. Dusk descended, and the setting sun was like blood, causing the entire Skywolf Fort to seem as if it had been dyed in blood, causing it to seem extremely gorgeous and strange. Time really passes quickly. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties is tomorrow. Duan Lingtian leaned on the balcony of the pavilion as he looked at the red glow that covered the sky and muttered to himself. He'd already made preparations to welcome the competition between the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties tomorrow. Elder brother Duan. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian saw Feng Tianwu flying over from afar, and he was instantly slightly surprised. Tianwu, where did you go? Elder brother Duan, I've inquired about the rules of the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties tomorrow. The old man's gaze flashed past everyone from the 10 dynasties as he spoke with a calm tone. As he spoke, he introduced himself and Feng Wei. Greetings, Vice Fort Masters. Instantly, many people bowed, and many people nodded in greeting. Of course, there were also many people that paid no attention to these two people. These people were precisely Duan Lingtian and the others that stood silently at the side. After Ning Can lightly smiled to the others, his focused gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and the others, and then his gaze flashed back and forth between two of them in the end. Sword 13, Saber 5. I truly never imagined that both of you would actually come to my Skywolf Fort together. I hope you can forgive me for not going out to greet you. The people Ning Can's gaze looked at were precisely Sword 13 and Saber 5. Sword 13 and Saber 5 were respectively the vice sect masters of the House of Swords and House of Sabers. Most importantly, the two of them had already been decided as the sect master of the House of Swords and the sect master of the Daoist sect, and they were the two future leaders of the Blade sect. So even if it was Ning Can, he didn't dare be careless in the slightest when facing Sword 13 and Saber 5. Old man Ning, go about your business and take it as we don't exist. We've mainly come today for the sake of inspecting the results of these two brats' cultivation during these past few years. Saber 5 glanced indifferently at Ning Can as he spoke. Saber 5, I only heard that Sword 13 has taken a disciple. Could it be that you've taken a disciple as well? Ning Can asked with slight surprise. Call him over. Right at this moment, Saber 5 looked at Long Yun. Greetings, Vice Fort Master Ning. Long Yun didn't dare dally when he heard his master's orders, and he hurriedly took a step forward in the sky before bowing to Ning Can. Not bad, not bad. Ning Can smiled as he nodded to Long Yun, and then he looked at Su Li. You ought to be Sword 13's disciple, right? According to my understanding of Sword 13, ordinary people are utterly unable to enter his eyes, let alone become his disciple. It's obvious from this that you're surely extraordinary. Vice Fort Master Ning, you're too kind. Su Li replied modestly. At the same time, besides the gazes of all the young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty, besides descending onto Su Li, most of the young geniuses of the various dynasties had descended onto Long Yun. They'd already met Su Li 2 days ago, and they knew that he was the closed-door disciple of an expert from another power of the foreign lands. At that time, they were filled with various feelings of envy and jealousy towards Su Li, and all of them wished for nothing more than to replace Su Li. Now, when they found out that Long Yun possessed an identity similar to Su Li, the gazes they shot at Long Yun were similarly filled with envy and jealousy. This Long Yun is actually the disciple of an expert from a power of the foreign lands as well. Chapter 787. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished thinking, Feng Wei moved. Swoosh. In the next moment, the head of the young man from the Darchu dynasty that was measured to have reached the age of 40 suddenly split open, causing blood to spray out as his entire body lost all signs of life and fell to the ground. Bang! The young man's corpse hadn't even had the chance to fall onto the combat ring when it was completely destroyed by Feng Wei's extremely violent palm strike, causing it to vanish into thin air and transform into powder that covered the sky as if it had completely merged into the heavens and the earth. All of this only occurred in the blink of an eye, and it was swift to the point only Sword 13 and Saber 5 were able to react in time. After a short moment, most of the young geniuses of the various dynasties couldn't help but go grim when they recovered from their shock, and some of them frowned as they felt the members of Skywolf Fort were truly too overbearing. Isn't it just 40 years old? Wouldn't it be over if he was punished lightly and his qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties be revoked? Is there a need to kill him? The thoughts of these young geniuses were the thoughts of the representatives of the 10 dynasties. Even though the expression of the representative of the Darchu dynasty was unsightly, yet he dared be enraged but didn't dare speak out. Not to mention this wasn't the Darchu dynasty. Even if this was the Darchu dynasty, he could only stand obediently at the side and act like a grandson when facing an expert like Feng Wei. Lord Vice Fort Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have concealed my true age. Right when most people were still unable to bear the scene from before, a person suddenly walked out from amongst the group of young geniuses of the Darming dynasty, and then he knelt in midair with his head lowered while his body shivered. Lord Vice Fort Masters, please spare my life. Please spare my life. This young man that walked out from the Darkhan dynasty ceaselessly begged for mercy. For a time, he'd successfully diverted the attention of everyone present, causing the gazes of everyone present to descend onto him in unison. It's him. Duan Lingtian recognized with a single glance that this person was one of the few people that instantly revealed expressions when the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan, spoke of the age-measuring pearl earlier. There seemed to be another 3 people. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past all the young geniuses from the other 3 dynasties. At practically the exact same moment, a young genius from each of the 3 dynasties dashed out and similarly knelt in midair before the 2 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort. Their bodies trembled as they begged for mercy. Lord Vice Fort Master, spare me. The 4 of them knelt in the air, kowtowing and begging for mercy. If they had knelt on the ground, they would have knocked their heads until they bled. They were clear in their hearts. If they didn't stand out now, they would be exposed when it was their turn to place their hands on the age-measuring bead. He would be exposed sooner or later, so it was better to admit his mistake early. Perhaps he could still hope for a chance of survival. Obviously, the scene of Feng Wei making a move earlier and killing that 40-year-old man from the Darchu dynasty in the blink of an eye had given them a great shock. Meanwhile, including the representative of the Darming dynasty, the expressions of the representatives of the 4 dynasties went grim, as they'd never imagined that such an incident would occur. Besides the Darchu dynasty, amongst the young geniuses they'd brought over, there was actually a person that had reached the age of 40 and didn't satisfy the requirements of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by Skywolf Fort. Humph. Feng Wei grunted coldly.